What is everybody? Welcome back on over here to Truth and Transparency. Jennifer Drake deposition, never seen before. I mean, without further ado, I do want to announce that I had a rather long live this afternoon introducing the case to Dr. Katie Spirko, who I believe she's going to be tuning in for this deposition. At least, I should say part of it, because it is a rather long deposition. So it's going to be broken up into parts. And so she got to join in earlier. A bunch of people had messaged me, texted me, sent me an email, and they were asking me if I tuned into 9B News. And I said, no, I had not turned into 9B News. Sorry, did not. Well, 9B News put out a little article about the Drake Moore case about 7 hours ago. So if you back it all the way up, it would have come out after I started my live broadcast. I think it was like at, 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. And so section of that post, a guy by the name of Drew Miller spoke out and said that Lana is such an arrogant wannabe detective. She runs with only half the evidence and creates her own story and gets paid by Dan Moore. Well, here's my response to that. Drew Miller. Oh, Drew, no need to deflect. Join me tonight in 30 minutes for this episode. I'm going to show your sister's deposition, audio and video deposition, never been aired publicly before tonight. You get mentioned in the deposition, I believe. I'm over here still trying to figure out why your sister, Jennifer Drake, told your nephews that you were an embarrassment to the family and that if they did drugs, they would end up like you, the loser of the family, doing magic tricks on the side of the roads in Spokane for $1 and your next fix. I feel bad for you, Drew. Here you are running your mouth in support of your sister, Jennifer. And yet all she has ever done with her mouth for you is talk shit to everyone about your drug problem. Defaming me in a Facebook comment section will never change the facts that your brother-in-law's will never change the fact of your brother-in-law's murder. But I have to say this, though. The Discovery has it all, champ. Just ask your sister for it. She has a copy. Ask her for the entire Discovery. Let's see if she coughs it up to you. I know that she gave you 28-minute video for you to post online, as you have an alt account titled Truth Will Prevail. But ask your sister for a copy of the entire thing. She was given the entire copy of the Discovery against police policy and procedures in open and active homicide investigations. Maybe she does more with her mouth than talk shit about you after all. Or maybe you are right, and I'm just so crazy and not credible and getting paid millions to read the Discovery to the public by the Moores, because that makes the most sense. Go use that alt channel, Truth Will Prevail, and come into my comment section tonight like you have in the past. Click on my fucking link and come up here instead of being a keyboard warrior for your sister. So that's my response to anybody and everybody. I wish I was getting paid millions of dollars to read the criminal Discovery. So that is simply not the case. Here it is, though. Jennifer Drake. This is the beginning of the deposition.
Katie Brereton for plaintiffs and counter defendants. The court reporter will now swear in the witness.
Ms. Drake, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Thank you. Do you affirm under the penalty of perjury that you are Jennifer Drake and that the testimony that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel, please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Drake. My name is Jill Bolton. I think we've encountered each other in court before, but we've never been introduced, so nice to meet you. Would you state your full name and spell it for us?
Jennifer Lynn Drake, JENNIFER LYNNEDRAKE.
Okay. And are there any other names you have used or gone by in your lifetime?
Jennifer Miller.
Miller?
Miller.
And would you spell that?
MILLER. Sorry. Get rid of this.
Do you want to get a napkin or something?
I just spelled it. Thank you.
And where do you live presently?
8190 North Seminary Loop, Hayden, Idaho.
And I'm going to ask if you could just to speak up a bit. It's a little bit hard for me to hear you.
Okay.
And for how long have you lived at that address?
Since 2017.
All right. For what are the? We're right now at the offices of your attorneys. Is that right?
Yes.
At Lake City Law in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Yes.
Your attorneys, Catherine Brereton and Peter Erblin, are here with you, right?
Yes.
So you've already established that on the record. We have a lot to cover today, but if you need a break or need a moment to speak with your attorneys, please just let us know.
Okay.
I think the faster we get through all these questions, the faster everybody can go home and probably be happier.
Sounds great.
You understand that I'll ask you questions and you'll be required to give answers.
Yes.
And if I ask you a question you don't understand, will you please let me know that you don't understand the question?
Yes.
I will try to rephrase it or repeat it, or if you didn't hear it or understand it. If I ask you a question where you don't remember the answer, just please indicate that you don't remember, and most likely I'll have something that I can help you to remember, and I'll show you that if necessary. Please try to listen to the question and only answer the question. So I know in normal speech with people, we often want to anticipate what they're trying to get at and offer things that we haven't asked, but if you could just answer what I'm asking, that would also make things go faster.
Okay.
It's my job, of course, to follow up if I haven't gotten the answer that I need. Okay.
Okay.
Your attorneys, of course, will have the chance to follow up as well if necessary. Okay. First, will you tell us, how did you prepare for this deposition?
I spoke with my lawyers.
Okay. Anything else? Did you review any documents or any evidence in the underlying case, the investigation revolving around your husband's death?
I reviewed the 18-page lawsuit that you sent over to my lawyers.
Okay. And anything else you reviewed?
I listened to some of my testimony.
Some of your testimony?
Mm-hmm.
And if you could answer yes or no, so the record's clear
Yes.
what your answer is.
Yes.
Okay. And testimony from when?
From the ISP.
Testimony from the ISB. Could you be more specific?
When the ISP questioned me right after my husband died.
Okay. The statement you gave to law enforcement, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. The law enforcement didn't place you under oath, did they?
No.
Okay. So when you say testimony, you mean just the statements you gave to police?
Yes.
Okay. And any other documents that you haven't mentioned that you reviewed besides your statements to police?
No.
And I say documents, those were actually recordings of your statements, many of them, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you listen to those recordings?
Yes.
Have you spoken with or signed any agreements with reporters regarding this case in question that we're all here on today?
Say that again.
Sure. Have you spoken with or signed any agreements with any reporters regarding this case?
Object to the form.
Okay.
I don't
Maybe you
understand.
could break it up.
Sure. I'll try to break it up. It is kind of a compound. It's asking more than one question. So I'll try to break it up for you. Have you signed any agreements with any media
No.
regarding this case?
No.
Okay. And we'll get to statements to reporters later, but you have spoken with reporters about your husband's death. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know specifically which news outlets you've spoken with?
In 3.5 years?
It's a long time, but do you remember, are they local news agencies, national news agencies?
I spoke to the Spokesman Review. Are you asking verbally spoken?
I'm not sure how else you can speak besides verbally. Do you mean something else besides speaking? When I say,
No, if you meant contact or verbally speaking.
okay, so you also had email communications maybe with them?
I have.
Okay, so any form of communication, written or verbal, with any news outlets. You said Spokesman Review. Did you speak with them or did you email them?
Both.
Okay. And do you know when you did that? Approximately?
A year after Brian died.
Okay, so approximately March of 2021?
Don't quote me on that. I don't remember.
Okay,
It was during the hearings.
during which hearings?
The preliminary, the criminal hearings.
Okay. When we had the hearings in front of Judge Buchanan?
Yes.
Okay. Any other news outlets you've spoken with or communicated with?
KXLY.
Okay. And that's broadcast media, is that right?
Yes.
So they did video statements that they televised from you?
Yes.
And when was that?
6 months ago.
Are you guessing, or is that a good approximation?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know timing really. It was approximately
Okay.
6 months ago.
Any other news outlets?
Yes, but I can't name them. I reached out to a lot of news outlets.
Okay.
I don't know what our local stations are.
Did you speak with Dateline?
I have spoken with Dateline.
Who did you speak with at Dateline?
Shane.
Shane. And when did you speak with Shane?
Probably a year after Brian died.
Have you spoken with him since then?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
I don't know for sure. Probably 4 months ago.
Okay. Did you call him or did he call you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you called him and reached out to him or whether he called you?
We've talked many times.
How often?
Periodically. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, so over the last month, have you spoken to him?
I just said I have not spoken to him for 4 months.
Okay, 4 months. And between the year after and the year after, so 6 months after Brian died and up to 4 months ago, about how many times have you spoken with him?
Total?
Yeah.
A dozen?
Okay. Has Dateline offered you any payment of sums of money for speaking with them or cooperating with them in the production of a news story?
None.
Have they offered in any way to do that?
To do what?
To pay you?
None. No.
Have you solicited payment from them?
No.
Okay. And what other, you say many other news outlets, and you couldn't name any others. You can't name any others?
I don't know what our local news, I don't ever watch local news. So whatever our local constituent news are, I do know that I have reached out to the Bonners Ferry paper.
Bonners Ferry Herald.
Mm-hmm. And the
just say yes or
Standpoint.
no again.
Yes.
Okay. You reached out to them?
Yes.
When was that?
Probably 6 months ago.
Why did you reach out to them 6 months ago?
because I put on a reward campaign.
Okay. And what was your reward campaign? Describe that for us.
It was a billboard campaign that was offering money for any information leading to the death of my husband.
Information leading to the death of your husband or to help?
Leading to the conviction and arrest of the person who murdered my husband.
Okay. And so is that the billboard you placed up in or around Athol, Idaho?
Yes.
Okay.
Athol.
Who paid for that billboard?
Nobody.
So someone provided to you as a charitable gift?
Yes.
Who was that?
The billboard company.
Which billboard company?
Lamar.
Lamar? Where are they located?
I don't know how to answer that.
Are they a local company?
Lamar. I think it's a national company.
Okay.
The person that I spoke to, I think, is based out of Spokane.
Okay. And there's a reward offered in the amount of $10,000 for that campaign. Is that right?
Yes.
And who is paying that $10,000 if the person is, and well, let me just ask, who's going to pay that reward money?
That would be Craig Fant.
Craig Fant. Is that a friend of yours and former friend of, obviously, of Brian's?
Yes.
High school classmate?
Yes.
They played football together.
Yes.
He gave you and Brian money over the years, right?
Not over the years. He did it once.
Okay. So he's offering the $10,000?
Yes.
Are you coordinating this campaign with the Idaho State Police?
No. Well, what do you mean by coordinating?
So you've offered a reward, and there's a tip line. Is that right on the billboard?
Yes.
So where does that number go?
It goes to Boise.
To who?
I'm not really sure. There's a tip line center down in Boise. I know that ISP is the ones who coordinated to set it up, but I don't know who actually does the tip line. I don't know who mans the tip line. Has something to do with law enforcement in Boise.
Okay. So you had no discussions or coordination effort with the Idaho State Police about this billboard and this tip line?
That's not what I said.
Okay, well, explain to me then. Have you had coordination and conversations and discussions with the Idaho State Police about this tip line?
I had discussions with him, yes.
Okay, when?
Several times.
When was the last time?
Probably 2 months before I put it up.
How did it come about that you made this coordinated effort with Idaho State Police?
Object to the form of the question. Misstates her testimony.
Did you, well, let me ask you this way. Did you coordinate an effort with the Idaho State Police to establish this tip line and the tip line number that's on your billboard?
That is not how it originated. I coordinated with Craig Fant, and we came to the state police and said, this is what we are going to do.
What do you mean you came to the state police?
I had a meeting with the Idaho State Police and said, this is what we're going to do.
Did you call them and ask for a meeting?
I don't remember.
How did the meeting get set up?
Sometimes I just show up.
Okay. And you don't know, just out of the blue, you just showed up for a meeting. Nobody told you to be there?
100%.
100% what?
Yes.
You just showed up at a meeting. What day did you show up at the meeting?
If a meeting means I'm here, may I please speak to a detective? That's how
What
the meeting
detective was at this meeting?
Mike Van Leuven
Okay.
and Gary Tollefson.
Did they call you and say, hey, let's have a meeting?
No,
Did you call them and say, hey, let's have a meeting?
no,
Then how did the meeting happen?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
I walked in and
Object.
said, is a
I'm going to
detective
object
there?
to that. Counsel,
Okay.
That's
What's your
not a
objection?
question.
Well, no, I'm trying to explain to her. She didn't answer my question. I'd like her to answer my question.
Actually, she did.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did. If you want to answer the question again, fine, but she did answer it.
Okay. So you don't know how this meeting came to be organized? Is that your testimony?
That's not what I said.
Okay. How did the meeting come to be organized?
It did not organize. I walked into the front door and asked if the detective was there.
Okay. So you just showed up on their doorstep.
That's what I said twice.
All right. I misunderstood. Okay.
Okay.
So you just showed up, and do you remember what day you just showed up?
No. No, I have no idea.
It was just you?
Just me.
And tell me what it is that you were both Mike Van Leuven and Gary Tolson there at the Idaho State Police when you showed up at their door?
They were.
And did they sit down and talk to you?
They did.
And tell me what was discussed.
At that one meeting?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I have met with them multiple times.
How many times?
I don't know.
Can you give an approximation?
6.
Since when?
6 probably in the last 2 years.
And you don't remember when the last time was that you met with them about this billboard?
Right before the billboard was put up.
Okay. And since the billboard has been put up, have they been in communication with you about the billboard?
But rephrase that.
Since the billboard was put up, have they, meaning Idaho State Police, Gary Tolson or Mike Van Leuven, been in touch with you about the billboard?
Have they initiated contact?
Yes.
No.
Have you called them?
I have not called them.
Have you learned anything about what's happened from your tip line?
I have learned nothing.
They don't share with you anything from the tip line?
I have asked them and they said there has been nothing.
I thought you said you haven't contacted them.
I didn't.
So how
I
did
walked
you ask
into their office.
You said, I've asked them and there's nothing. So that's inconsistent with what you just said.
No, it's not.
All right.
You just asked if I'd ever called them since the tip line.
Right?
No, I have not called
Have
them.
you been in communication with them?
Yes, I
How
have.
have you been in
I
communication?
walked into their office
Again?
again
Okay. When?
about 3 weeks ago.
And who did you meet with when you walked in 3 weeks ago?
Mike Van Leuven and Gary Tolson.
Same two detectives.
Yes.
And did you meet with them?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
That there was nothing to report.
Nothing to report? With regard to the tip line?
With regard to the tip line.
So otherwise, if there was something to report, they would report it to you?
I don't know. There's been times that they've said there's something and they won't tell me. And I'm fine with that.
Okay. So if there's something and they won't tell you, why do you go in and ask if there's something?
Because if there is something they can tell me, I would like to know.
All right. Have they given you any clear direction on what your involvement will be and any tip lines of information they might get?
No,
What do you understand your role to be in it?
none.
They've never indicated to you that they can't share investigative information with you?
Yes, they have.
When did they share that?
Near the beginning of this case.
But you go in and ask anyway.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. As you know, in this deposition, you've been sworn to tell the truth under penalty of perjury. Tell us what you understand the oath to tell the truth means to you.
I'm going to object to that question. And I'm going to instruct the witness that she doesn't need to answer that question.
On what
She's
basis?
been given an oath. You don't need to argue with her about what perjury is or what an oath is. She's been placed under oath.
Do you know-
Ask your questions that are discoverable.
Sure.
And
Do you-
if you ask the question again, we'll terminate the deposition and we'll have the court weigh in on it if you desire. We're not going to have an argument with my client about what it means to tell the truth.
Okay. Well, we'll presume that you understand then. What do you understand the consequences are for not telling the truth to the
The
police?
same objection. No, withdraw the objection. You
Say
can
that
ask the
again.
question.
What do you understand the consequences might be if you don't tell the truth to police?
I don't know. I've never thought through that.
I described it earlier as testimony. So do you see it as important to tell the truth to police?
Of course.
And why do you think it's important to tell the truth to police?
I don't know how to answer that. I believe the police have my best interest in mind, so I want to do nothing but help them.
Okay. You recall that in the course of discovery in this case, you were served with interrogatories from us.
Yes.
It's kind of a strange word, interrogatories, but it just means questions that we gave you. Do you remember receiving those?
Yes.
And you remember giving answers to those, right?
Yes.
We'll talk about those down the road. I just wanted to kind of lay that foundation that you gave us some answers before you came today, right?
Yes.
And you verified those answers under oath.
Yes.
Let's just go ahead and get these admitted. We will refer to them throughout the deposition.
Okay.
So this is I've pre-marked these, counsel, as exhibit A1. Called it Defendant's Exhibit A1. Here's an extra copy for you all.
Thank you.
So Ms. Drake, if you just take a look at that real quickly. Obviously, this is a multi-page exhibit. It's 21 pages. If you go to the very end, it's double-sided, right?
Okay.
And I'm just getting you to acknowledge what's in front of you. Is that right? Is it a 21-page document?
Yes.
And these are your answers and responses to defendant's first set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents. Is that right?
Yes.
You submitted your answers to us on March 24th of 2023. Is that correct?
I guess. I don't remember the exact date, but yes.
Well, if you look at the last
what's
page,
on
it has
here?
the date, yeah.
Okay. Yes, then.
Okay. So just, if you want to just set that aside, and I'm going to show you something else here real quick. You then gave us some supplemental answers, which were, I'm going to pre-mark as Defendant's Exhibit A2. There you go. And these were some supplemental answers that you supplied to us. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this particular document, A2, is also 21 pages, which makes sense because it's the same questions, but just submitted again with some additional answers, right?
Yes.
And you gave us those on May 29th of 2023, right?
Yes.
And then Exhibit A3, I've marked as A3, is the verification that you gave us, right?
Yes.
Okay, the verification basically is you attesting to the truth or veracity of your answers and responses to our first set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents, right?
Yes.
And that's a sworn statement dated May 31st of 2023. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. So that verification, which is Exhibit A3, relates to both the first responses and the supplemental responses, right?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your answers, there's reference in these documents you'll see to plaintiff's answers and responses and requests for production of documents, right? So these documents I just gave you are your written answers, but you also produce some documents to us, right? Or some evidence. Yes.
Yes. I'm trying to remember what those are, but yes.
Okay, sure.
Whatever
Well,
you
there
asked for.
are many documents as well as
Yes.
we actually, if you recall, we asked, I'll give you guys a second.
We're off the record for just a minute.
Stand by. The time is 9:26. We are now off the record. The time is 9:27. We are now back on the record.
So we're going to clarify one point. We just spoke about that verification. And I asked you if it applies to your supplemental responses, right? And you said yes, because it's kind of a legal question, but, so the second responses were just supplemental production of documents or items. So you didn't actually verify that production. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that during the course of, after you hired your attorneys here, you were able to obtain, because you gave them to us, the actual investigation file from the Idaho State Police?
Yes.
And tell me a little bit about what you know about how you got that. Without sharing what your discussions with attorneys, but did you get actually a copy of the homicide investigation file from Idaho State Police?
I don't remember.
Lies.
Have you seen anything related to the homicide investigation involving your husband's death from the Idaho State Police?
I have a copy of the affidavit that I've downloaded myself.
It was sealed.
Ask that again.
Sure. Let me try to ask it a different way. Do you know that your attorneys were able to obtain through what's called a public information request a copy of the Idaho State Police homicide investigation relating to your husband Brian Drake's death?
I think I have it.
Okay. Do you know that your attorneys actually got that?
Oh,
file?
I'm sure they did.
Okay. So have you had access to and reviewed that file?
Unfucking believable.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
If I did, it was right after. I've read so many things and
right
so
after
many.
what?
I don't remember what it is you're actually asking, what form, what paperwork, what. I've seen the lawsuits filed. I've seen the affidavits. I don't really know which one you're talking about, to be honest.
Okay. When you say you've seen the affidavits, what affidavits are you talking about?
Well, one affidavit. The affidavit from Mike Van Leeuwen.
Which affidavit from Mike Van Leeuwen?
Just when he filed publicly.
He didn't file one publicly.
Affidavit in support of a search warrant? Or do you know?
I don't remember now, to be honest. I don't remember. I have a copy of our lawsuit. I have a copy of yours. A copy of just a lot of things that over 3.5 years, I read once and I don't revisit.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So you said that you reviewed the interviews that you gave to police, right?
Yes.
Those audio recordings?
Yes.
Those are part of the homicide investigation file, right?
Okay. I didn't know what you meant. I didn't know if you meant it was a report.
Okay. There's also police reports, investigative reports.
Okay.
Have you reviewed those?
No.
Do you have access to those if you want to review those?
I might. I know that I got some stuff on a file, but I have not looked at 90% of it.
Okay.
I've looked at very little of it.
Is there some reason why you haven't looked at it? It's difficult. And I'm not trying to upset you. I'm just trying to understand what you have access to and what you've looked at. And because as I ask you questions, I want to understand kind of what your basis of knowledge might be. Okay. All right. So is that why you haven't looked at it? Is it's too difficult and too upsetting?
Yes.
Okay.
No desire.
All right. So the police did interview you several times after your husband was killed. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember when the first time was? Obviously, your husband was shot on March 12th of 2020 as a foundational matter. We all know that.
Yes.
So you spoke to the police that night, right?
2 detectives showed up at my house at midnight or 1 a.m.
Okay. Had you not spoken with the police over the phone? Didn't someone tell you what happened over the phone first?
Yes.
Wasn't that Marty Ryan?
Yes.
He's the assistant chief of police in Bonners Ferry, right? At least at the time.
Yes.
And so you first learned that your husband was killed from him
Yes.
on the phone on March 12th, 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said a couple of police officers showed up at your door. Some local law enforcement came and met with you and told you in person.
Yes.
And I'm sure that must have been very difficult. So you were, we have a record, like I just talked about, those audio recordings where you sat down with police and they recorded it and made a record. The first one we show, and you tell me if you remember this date, is that happened on March 14th of 2020. Do you remember sitting down with them on March 14th of 2020?
Probably.
So about 2 days after your husband's death, March 14th of 2020. And, do you remember at all that you actually went up to try to go up to your husband's office and actually met with some people at his office on March 14th of 2020?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
And I think I misspoke. I said March 14th was the first time you met with them and they interviewed you. It was actually March 16th that we have an audio recording of. So March 14th would have been a couple days before the police actually sat down and talked to you, at least in terms of the audio recordings we have. So let me get back to the March 14th. Did you actually drive up to your husband's office in Bonners Ferry on March 14th, 2020? And basically go to what was the scene of a crime?
I remember driving up there. I don't remember what day it was.
Okay. So back to the audio recordings. The dates we have, because I misspoke on March 14th, but we have March 16th, March 17th, March 26th, and April 3rd. Do you remember meeting with them at least 4 times and engaging in interviews with them that were audio recorded?
I only remember 2 or 3 times. I remember a phone call. But if that's what you have on record.
Okay, you said before today you listened to the statements you gave to police. So did you not listen to 4 separate audio recording statements?
That's why I'm saying I thought there was only 2 and
Okay.
like 2 phone calls.
All right. Well, if we need to talk about them, we've got copies of those. Let's talk about just some easy background information. And I'm not trying to embarrass you at all. I'm just trying to get some background biographical information. Can you tell us what your age is?
I'm 49.
And what's your date of birth?
April 11th, 1974.
You told us where you live, and that's still in Hayden on Seminary Loop, right?
Yes.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Stevensville, Montana till I was 13.
Where's Stevensville?
Outside of Missoula.
Okay. And are you currently married?
No.
Okay. You're a widow, is that right?
Yes.
Are you currently in a relationship of any sort?
No.
With an intimate partner or anything of that nature?
No.
When did you meet Ryan?
Excuse me, make sure that she asks her question completely before you answer, so the court reporter can pick up the dialogue.
Sorry.
Thank you. When did you meet Brian Drake?
1997.
Where did you meet him?
I met him in church
Where were you living when you met him?
in Kalispell, Montana.
Can you repeat that?
Kalispell, Montana.
What year did you and Brian Drake start living together?
1999.
Was that also in Kalispell, Montana?
Yes.
Were you in school at the time?
No.
Was he in school at the time?
Yes.
What was he doing?
What was he doing at what time?
Okay, so you said you met in 97, you started living together in 99, and I said, were you in school at the time? You said no. And I asked you was he in the school? You said yes. So 99 is what we're talking about.
So we got married after he finished his bachelor's degree. Then we moved in together. Then he continued with his chiropractic degree after we moved to Texas.
Okay. And so he was working on his degree at what school?
Which degree?
The bachelor's.
At which time?
You said he got his bachelor's degree
Yes,
around
but
99.
when we met, he was going to Missoula, to
University of
of Montana.
Okay.
When he graduated from the local university in Kalispell. He transferred while we were dating.
From U of M to the local university, you said? Do you know what
Yes.
the name was?
Can't even remember, goodness. The local university in Kalispell, Montana, the local college for his last semester.
And he got a Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Science
Bachelor of Science,
in?
anatomy and physiology, if I remember correctly.
All right. You said you moved in together in 1999 in Kalispell when he was in school. Were you not in school at the same time?
No, I graduated from college in 95.
Okay. And what is your degree in?
Medical administration.
And is that a bachelor's degree or a certificate, AA degree?
Bachelor's degree.
BA, BS?
Yes, I think.
Okay. In medical administration?
Yes.
And did anyone else live with you during the time period you lived with Brian Drake in Kalispell, Montana?
No.
Did your sister Emily Zemacki ever live with you and your husband Brian Drake?
No. She lived with me when I was single.
When were you married to Brian Drake?
June 12th, 1999.
So within 2 years of meeting him, you got married.
Yes.
Where is Brian Drake from?
When?
Where did he grow up?
Mostly Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay. You said you moved to Texas. When was that?
Right after we got married.
In 1999?
Summer of 99.
Where did you move to in Texas?
To Dallas. Really, Irving.
Irving? Could you spell that?
IRVING.
And you had 4 children together, is that right?
Yes.
What are their names?
Brenner.
How-
BRENNER.
Thank you. I appreciate you spelling. And would you tell me, I'm going to stop you after each one and ask you some questions about them. Is Brenner now an adult?
Yes.
How old is he?
He's 19.
19?
Yes.
Where does he live?
Mississippi.
What does he do?
He goes to Mississippi State University and he works marketing and advertising.
How long has he been in Mississippi?
Since April.
Of 2023?
Yes.
When did he start school in Mississippi?
Last month.
Where was Brenner between the date of your husband's death and
That's not even
since he's moved
possible.
to Mississippi? Where has he lived?
Here with me. And then he went and started school at EWU in Spokane last year.
So did he transfer then to Mississippi?
Yes.
Any reason Mississippi in particular? You said that your husband was kind of mostly from there. Is that why he went there?
That and the sunshine.
Okay. Do you have family there, or related on your husband's side?
No.
Okay. And Hudson. I'm sorry, your next child is Hudson. Is that right?
Yes.
I just kind of interjected because I know, but and his name is spelled how?
H-U.
All right, because the next kids are we're not adults. I'm gonna fast forward.
Kalispell. Emily lived in Kalispell. Andrew lived in Kalispell.
Oh wait, we hear about Andrew. Hold on. If it was about Andrew, we
Okay.
go ahead. Andrew, we can't leave you out.
Rachel lived in Kalispell. Emily lived in Kalispell. Andrew lived in Kalispell.
Andrew. There you go.
Okay. Were any of your siblings or parents in Idaho on March 12th of 2020?
No.
Wait, what was the question?
On March 12th of 2020?
No. In Kalispell. Emily lived in Kalispell. Andrew lived in Kalispell.
Okay. Were any of your siblings or parents in Idaho on March 12th of 2020?
No. Because the night of March 2020, they told me they were getting in the car at their house to come over to see me.
When you say they, you mean all of your siblings and your parents?
Yes.
All of those people?
All of them except for Andrew.
Where was Andrew?
So Joshua in New Jersey?
Yeah, obviously not Joshua in New Jersey.
Okay.
Everybody in Kalispell, other than Andrew, the night I called them, all got into the car and showed up at my house.
So they told you that?
Yes, I was on the phone with them as they told me they were getting into the car to come over to see me.
Okay. Are you religious?
If that's what you want to call it. I have a faith.
Okay. And what is your faith?
My faith is in Jesus Christ.
So would you describe yourself a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about, the fundamental tenets of your religion or your belief or faith?
The fundamental is that Jesus Christ came to earth. He died for our sins, every one of us who is a sinner. He was buried and he rose again.
Tomorrow.
And I believe that those who put their faith in him have eternity with him. And that is the fundamental core of my faith. My faith is that Jesus Christ is alive and he is God of the universe. And I don't know how much you want me to go into that.
That's fine. It's not, there's no right answer to that. I'm just trying to understand what your religious beliefs and tenets are. Are there certain moral values that you think are important in part of your religion?
I think that Jesus stands for whatever is right. You could say the 10 Commandments. There's a good place to start. Morals and values, I guess, are subjective to people. But I go according to the Word of God, everything that he believes to be right.
And where do you look for guidance on the Word of God? Anywhere else?
I would say that I look to my leaders at church, pastor, but not as the authority, no.
Okay. I know in some churches in this community and others across the country that there are people within the church that kind of step forward to help and guide and counsel others. Is that something you've ever done or experienced in your church or in your religion?
Yes.
And so have you met with people that you would maybe refer to as counselors that are basically members of your church?
Once.
Okay, and it was a very broad question. So can you tell me approximately when you did that?
Maybe a year and a half ago. It was not for me.
What do you mean it wasn't for you?
I met with a counselor for my son's sake.
Okay. For which son?
Brenner.
So, do you know a person by the name of Scott Campbell?
Yes.
Who is that?
Come on, Jen, who's Scott?
I don't remember if that's the Scott in Post Falls. Or
Was
Scott.
there a Scott Campbell in Texas?
Yes.
Who was the Scott Campbell in Texas?
Let's talk about him.
He was a friend of Brian's.
Friend of Brian's?
He went to our church. He was a friend of a lot of people. He was a X-ray
I'm sorry,
X-ray technician.
he was an X-ray technician.
Something like that.
And who's Troy Campbell?
Who?
Troy Campbell.
His wife.
And Troy Campbell and Scott Campbell are two people that you and Brian met with when you were going through some troubles in Texas. Is that right?
I don't know what you mean by met with.
You counseled with, they were members of your church.
They were friends of ours. I wouldn't say we counseled with them. If sitting at a dinner table talking is called counseling.
Okay. I want to show you an exhibit. It's called, well, before I show you the exhibit, I want to ask you back to the issue of your religion. What is your belief on the issue of divorce in the context of your religion and your religious beliefs?
I don't know what you're asking.
Do you believe in divorce, or do you think it's
Do I believe it exists, or do I believe it's right?
Do you believe it's right?
I don't think it's the best yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand. You don't believe it's the best? Yes, is that what you said?
Mhm.
And if you could say yes or no, you say and that doesn't get picked up on the record. So yes or no. So does your religion and the tenets of your religion approve of divorce generally?
Not if you can avoid it. There are some cases where I believe it is warranted.
Okay. What kind of cases?
Adultery.
Anything else?
Abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are those the only ones that come to mind?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So back to Scott Campbell. I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's been marked as Exhibit O.
Exhibit O is amazing. I have a
That's what
copy.
it is, a copy.
I have a copy of all the exhibits. I got those too. I really went deep in the cut for this shit.
So this is two pages, front and back. I'd just like you to take just a moment to peruse it. I'll point out a few things to you, but let's start with the top here. This is an email, it looks like, from Scott Campbell, SEC at austinrr.com, to Frank Covington, Roger Ham.
K9 News, K9B News, whatever the fuck y'all go by. This one's for you, right here. Exhibit O.
Isaac Sanchez Carey, Craig Fleming, and Brian Drake, right? Is that who it's to?
Yes.
And it's the person copied is Troy Campbell, is that right?
Yes.
Vicky Ferrari, right?
Yes.
These are all people in your church in Austin, Texas?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know any of these people except for my husband and Scott and Troy.
Okay. The email is dated Sunday, 28th of February, 2010. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now I want you to turn over the page, if you would, and look at the first paragraph. You see that? Therefore, what God has joined together, let man not separate. He, Jesus answered, anyone who divorces his wife and marries another woman commits adultery against her. And if she divorces her husband and marries another man, she commits adultery. Mark 10, 9, 11, right?
Yes.
So does that appear to be scripture to you?
It looks like it.
Is that something you believe?
Yes, if that's what the Bible says.
Okay.
I don't know if that's.
Let's go to the next
You don't know
page.
what the Bible says?
Or sorry, so skip down to the third paragraph. And the very last kind of phrase there, it says, it is clear that God hates divorce. Appears to be citing to Malachi 2:16. You see that?
Okay.
Is that something you agree with as well?
I need to read it just a minute.
It's clear God hates divorce. She was
Which part are you asking if I agree with?
The Malachi part. It is clear that God hates divorce.
It is clear that God hates divorce. Yes, I agree that it is clear God hates divorce. It is not God's plan for us.
Okay. Let's go to a couple other, I just want to kind of follow up on some of the tenets of your religion. Where in your religion does pornography play into your religious beliefs?
porn.
It doesn't. It just says in the Bible, so let no unclean thing come before your eyes.
So do you consider pornography unclean?
I think it is not our best yes.
Okay. When you say it's not our best, yes.
It's
Can you
it's
explain
not
what
a-
you mean? Because
What I
I'm not
mean is
sure
it's not a good
One
decision.
part at a time.
Yeah, just let me ask a question. I'm not sure I get what you mean with, I think you use expressions and phraseology that I don't understand.
Okay.
I'm very concrete, so I'm going to follow up on some things. You said it's not our best yes. What do you mean by that?
I think it is not healthy for a marriage.
Okay. And by that, I'm assuming you mean adult pornography?
Yes.
What about child pornography?
Yes, Jill.
What about it?
What are your views on it?
Fuck yeah, Jill.
I think it's disgusting.
Oh,
And if you discovered it, would you have reported, discovered it in someone's possession? Would you report that to police?
If I knew 100% that that's what it was, yes.
What would it take for you to know 100% that that's what it is?
Knowing whether they're under 18 or not.
Okay. So if it was a picture of a baby in a sexually explicit manner, then you would report it to police?
100%.
Or young boys
If I knew they were under 18, yes.
that appeared prepubescent?
If I knew they were under 18, yes.
How would you know they were under 18?
I would have to ask the question and find out.
Ask the question of who?
Whoever has the born.
Okay. Did you discover at one point a person that was kind of a handyman around your house that had pornography on his computer?
Yes.
And did you report that to police?
No, because I didn't know if they were under 18 or not.
Saw child pornography on his computer and you didn't inquire further?
They were teenagers. We did inquire. I said to get out of the house.
Don't you think that police are in the best position to decide if something's child pornography or not?
That's not my call.
Okay.
That
Who was the
not my
person who
place.
discovered child pornography on the computer? Or what might be? child
Check to the
pornography?
form of the question. That was not her testimony.
Sure. Who was the person that you suspected had child pornography but you couldn't verify?
Klaus Haas. But they were older teenagers. Could very well have.
Guess what I provided with Jill? I provided Jill with Jennifer Drake being Facebook friends with Klaus in 2023. You did what, Lana? Yeah, I provided Jill Bolton with, here you go. She's friends with the fucker on Facebook.
Been 18.
And you did not report that to the police?
I did not.
But you prohibited him from coming around your children any further.
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because I had teenage boys or boys that were becoming teenagers.
Liar.
What if someone was taking covert, nude, or semi-nude photos or videos of you without your consent? What would you do if that happened to you?
Depends on who it is.
Okay. What if it's your husband that did it?
What would I do?
Yeah.
Or what did I do?
Well, what would you do?
I would bring it up to him.
Okay. And is that what you did when you found that your husband had taken covert, nude, or semi-nude photos of you or videos of you without your consent?
I did.
Let's talk about your reason for leaving Austin, Texas and moving to Idaho. When did you said you left Austin and came to Idaho around 2012, right?
Yes.
Why did you leave Austin and move to Idaho?
Because life was very stressful with 4 children in 5 years with no family and a very busy practice.
Didn't you live near Brian's family in Austin?
They lived in Houston.
How far away is Houston from Austin?
I don't know, 3 to 4 hours, which they never drove over. So no, we had no family in the area.
What family did you have in this area when you moved here?
I had very close friends, and I had most all my family in Kalispell who drove over back and forth very often.
How far away is Kalispell?
3.5 to 4 hours.
Sometimes I ask questions that I know the answer to, but I need you to answer.
Okay.
I've been to Kalispell. I know how far it is, but I need to get your answer sometimes.
Okay.
Are those the only reasons you left Texas?
Yes.
So you said life was stressful. What was stressful about life in Texas?
I just stated them. We had 4 children in 5 years with no family and a very busy practice to run.
Okay, so just those were the only stressors?
Those are the only stressors.
Your husband had a chiropractic business there. You said it was very busy. Would you describe it as successful?
Yes.
Financially successful?
Yes.
Were you involved in that business?
Yes.
What was your role?
Manager, office manager.
Wasn't the business struggling financially?
No.
Weren't you having difficulties paying bills?
No.
Are you sure?
Not that I recall.
Okay, I'm going to show you an email.
Ooh, another
This is
exhibit.
Exhibit C1.
Exhibit.
I don't have yours marked, so I'm sure, yeah. I've handed you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit C1. This is a an email dated 26th October 2009. Is that right? If you look at the top date.
Yes.
From Brian and Jennifer Drake, right?
Yes.
And Brian Drake.
Yes.
Okay, let's just clarify. In the from line where it says Brian and Jennifer Drake, the email address is drakefam6@gmail.com, right?
Yes.
And tell me, is that an email that you still use today?
Yes.
Was that primarily your email?
It was both of ours.
That's really
It was our
important.
personal.
Okay. And Brian Drake, to Brian Drake, from Brian Drake, to Brian Drake. It says Dr. BDRAKE@yahoo.com. Whose email address was that?
That was Brian's business.
Okay. And then it looks like it's an email address to Dr. Osborne. Do you remember this email?
No.
It's been a while, right? 2009 was a while ago.
Yes.
In the text of this email, it looks like you are basically drafting an email relating to debt that you owe to AMC. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Who is AMC?
It was a chiropractic consulting company.
All right. And what did they do for you, for your business in Austin, Texas?
They put in systems in place. They mentor chiropractors.
And so did you pay them for this consulting work?
Yes.
Do you remember, was it a lot you had to pay them? Or,
I don't
That's a
remember.
very vague question. Let me just ask this way. Was it an amount of money that was difficult for you to pay?
It was a monthly payment, so it depended on the month. Some months could be really low and some months could be really high. So it would depend on the month.
Okay, in the first paragraph of this email, at the very last sentence, it says, in the course of the last year, we have not only gotten deeper in the hole with our current finances, but we have added our debt to you on top of them all. Right?
Right.
So were you deep in the hole with your finances at that time?
So this is 2009. I don't remember. I remember 2008 and 2009. We did struggle because of the economy.
Okay.
When we left in 2012, we were not struggling because we sold a very successful practice.
Okay.
And nobody would have bought our practice.
Okay.
It would have been failing if it
We'll
wasn't
get to that time
successful.
frame, but I'm asking about this one.
One at a time.
2009, I do remember we were coming out of 2008, and it did depend month by month. Something that could be low for a couple months could totally be made up in the next quarter.
Okay.
So when you say we had a struggling practice,
Try to just answer the question I've asked you.
Well, let her finish. I think she's trying to answer your question.
when you say that we had a very struggling practice and we were hurt financially, that is a very subjective question, and that depends month to month. Things could change drastically
Okay, let me ask
from
you
month
this.
to month.
In October of 2009, were you contemplating bankruptcy for your business?
I don't remember that.
Okay, in the second paragraph of this email, it indicates that you're telling Dr. Osborne, we are still $15,000 behind on our home and business bills and are currently setting up a meeting with a bankruptcy lawyer. Is that a true statement?
I don't ever remember having a meeting with a bankruptcy lawyer. Ever. So maybe it was something we talked about because we were getting farther in debt. But I don't ever remember it being that bad.
Okay, in the last sentence, you indicate on that first page, we may have no option and we have resigned to bankruptcy if necessary. Is that right?
That's what this states. I
So
don't remember
were you
that.
just trying to get out from under a bill by claiming you were going to go through bankruptcy, but you weren't really, or were you actually contemplating bankruptcy?
So for one, I don't know who wrote this. I don't know if it was Brian or me. I don't recall this email. This was 14 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Brian wrote this or if I wrote this. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, let me ask you this way. do you ever remember contemplating bankruptcy when you were in Texas?
I do not.
Do you recall trying to get out from under a bill by claiming that you were?
No.
So you said things got better after what year did they get better?
They just slowly started getting better. 2008 was our worst year. In 2009 got a little better, and then 2010, 11, 12. It just slowly grew from there.
And you said you ultimately sold the practice before you came to Idaho?
Yes.
In 2012?
Yes.
But you didn't have financial difficulties in 2010 with the business?
I'm not going to say we didn't have financial difficulties. The Lord has always given us what we need, and some months are better than others. The one thing about a personal business is that it's hard to budget. One month you can have a deficit, and the next month you can completely make up for that deficit and be just fine.
Okay. Did you and your husband have fights about your finances?
I'm not often.
Okay. But sometimes?
I'm sure we did. They don't loom in my mind over big fights. No.
I just want to make sure I understand though. You said you sold in 2012 as a really profitable business. So 2011 must have been a good year then, leading up to the sale.
That I remember.
When you sell a business, don't you, I mean, you tell me if you did in this case, didn't you show them what your books look like
Yes.
before you sold it?
Mm.
So you would have shown me your books from 2011, right?
Yes.
And they must have been decent if you sold it for a good profit, right?
Yes, that would make sense.
Okay. When exactly in 2012 did you sell your business?
When were the papers signed?
Do you remember a month approximately that you sold the business and moved out?
I don't. I know that we were just doing it all the way up until I know that we must have signed before we left because we didn't go back down to sign anything. So
When did you leave?
June 2012.
So you would have sold the practice sometime before June of 2012?
Yes, that would be my thought, unless it was like even maybe the week before we left. I don't remember how far before we left. We tried to time the lease of our house according to when the business was going to sell.
Naturally.
Do you remember that there were, you had some difficulty in selling the practice, some buyers backing out?
No, not some. I remember there was one.
Okay. Which one?
I don't even remember.
But you remember specifically just one?
Remember one that was interested. I don't remember him backing out. I don't remember going through paperwork. I remember him looking at our stuff and then realizing he wanted a different practice instead. So I just remember it was one person. Brian's the one who met with him.
All right. And your husband's email in 2011 for the business, was that still Dr. B. Drake at yahoo.com?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Did it change after he moved up here?
Drake Chiropractic of North Idaho. We had another one. I don't know when it came into play. He kept that one until he was on his own. And then it was Drake Chiropractic of NI.
Okay.
What?
All right. Back to 2011 and the business. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit C2.
C2, baby, bring it.
This looks like an email from Dr. B. Drake at yahoo.com to Dr. Randall. Do you remember who Dr. Randall was?
C2.
C2.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think that I ever met him.
Was this also AMC or some kind of consulting, chiropractic consulting business as well that he was part of?
Yes.
So you were paying him monthly payments as well?
Yes.
All right, in this email, it looks like it states to Dr. Randall, I got into a very emotional argument with my wife about life. This is the third paragraph.
Okay.
My schedule, long hours, our connectedness, how stressed out we both were, finances. So sounds like you were continuing to have this stress through 2011.
Is that a question?
Yeah,
Sounds like it.
you said 2008, 2009, but 2011 also.
We have stress through all our marriages. Is that normal?
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand.
I'm not saying we had no stress outside of 2008 and 2009.
Okay. Your husband references one of those once a year all out fallouts. Do you
Okay.
remember that?
No.
What was that all out fallout about?
I'm
Come on.
sorry. I don't remember 12 years ago what this one argument was about.
Oh, this one's a good one though,
I
Jen.
can't answer that.
It sounds like it's more than just one argument, but an all out fallout.
All out.
Object to
okay.
that comment, counsel.
Again, I have nothing to say to this.
Let me just make my objection. My client's here to answer questions, not to be told your assessment of what you put in front of her. That's my objection.
Sure.
Object to the form of the question. It's not even a question.
Okay, so answer the question if you can.
Can you re-ask the
Yeah,
question?
what, an all out fallout is just one of many arguments in your mind?
I don't know what he's referring to here.
Okay. And then at the last paragraph, it says, as a result of the above, Jennifer said she was getting out of here. Do you remember that?
No.
The reason I asked is you said that you left because you had 4 kids, life was too stressful, and you had no family or close friends, or you had no family with you there in Texas. So was this the kind of thing that was life was stressful in Texas?
So this paragraph reads, as a result of the above, Jennifer said she was getting out of here for a week to go to a semi-reunion with her family in Las Vegas with the kids. We repaired our fallout to some extent a few days before, so she asked a couple days before the trip if I could come with her. Said she thought I needed the time away too, and I agreed that it would be good for both of us.
Okay.
So time away meant not necessarily time away from him. It means we both needed to get out of life and take a week away.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with me needing to move to another state.
Okay. So this had nothing to do with your desire to move. What happened was going on here.
Absolutely none.
Okay. So this wasn't the stress you're referring to when you said that was the reason you left Texas.
No,
Okay.
not at all.
All right. In the next paragraph after the one you just read, which is on page 2, the other side of that, your husband indicates taking a week off always stresses the finances and stresses me out of it, right?
Yes.
And he asked them, he said that he called the AMC home office and asked them to hold off on an automatic draft, right?
Okay.
And they didn't, and your check bounced. 3 days later.
What's the question?
Well, do you remember that you bounced checks to vendors that you had automatic withdrawals with during 2011?
You just said bounced checks. Like
Yeah.
this is an ongoing problem?
I'm asking you if you remember your business that you said was so successful when you sold it was bouncing checks in May of 2011.
Again,
Object to the question, argumentative.
this is not checks. This says one check.
Do you remember that you bounced 1 check
I
in
don't.
2011?
I don't remember bouncing a check 12 years ago.
Do you remember bouncing other checks?
No. I
So
don't.
this one is just happens to be one that there's an email record of. Is that right?
Object to the form of the question. That's argumentative.
You don't remember, you said you were the manager. You didn't have trouble meeting your bills when your husband took a week off work?
I know that every time my husband left, There was absolutely no income. That's what I know.
And so then you didn't have savings?
There were some years we had savings. There were some years we did not.
In 2011, you had not enough that you would not clear a check if you took a week off?
Either that or I didn't have it in the right bank account. I'm not sure. I don't remember this one check 14 years ago.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you say the next paragraph after that one, which is basically the last one of that second page. 2 buyers backed out of buying the practice that looked very promising, but no go. So your husband seemed to indicate there were 2 buyers that backed out. You said there was only 1. So do you remember now that there were 2?
I only remember one.
Okay. When you sold the business, how much did you sell it for?
I don't even remember. I don't remember. If I say it, it will be completely it. I guess. I don't remember.
Was it enough for you to come to Idaho and buy a house here?
No. Well, I don't know if it was enough. We didn't come and buy a house here.
Was it enough to put a down payment on a house?
Depends on what house.
So, and you don't remember having the ability to put a down payment on a house for how many years after you moved here?
It had nothing to do with whether we had the ability. We just chose to rent for a couple of years.
Who the fuck does
until we
that?
lived here for several years to know where we wanted to buy.
Okay. So you had the ability to buy a house once you got here. I just want to make sure I understand.
I really don't remember what was in our bank account. I know that we had extra due to the sale of this business. I remember we were happy with the sale of the business. I would completely surmise if I threw out a number. I truly do not remember what we sold it for.
Okay. Was your husband involved with some professional misconduct relating to his practice in Texas?
Council, is this a logical place for a break?
I'd like to answer this question first because I just put it out.
Sorry, say it again.
Was your husband involved in some professional misconduct when he was in Texas?
That's ambiguous.
What is it that you don't understand about my question?
Misconduct, are you stating some action that was inappropriate?
Yes.
No.
Okay, we can break that.
Okay, thank you.
Stand by. Time is 10:24. We are now on the time is 10.
Peter Urban was like, fuck, we need to break. Peter Urban said, break. And Jill Bolton's like, no. She's going to answer the questions on the table because those are the rules. And so she had to answer that. Now they're back on the record. 10:45. Here we go.
45. We are now back on the record.
We left off this break before our break discussing, I asked you whether or not your husband was involved in any form of professional misconduct or inappropriate conduct related to his practice in Texas. And your answer was no. Is that correct?
Yes.
So tell me, first of all, what would you consider to be professional misconduct?
That's a very wide question.
Okay, maybe I'll narrow it for you. Would you say that taking photographs of patients without their consent would be professional misconduct?
Yes.
Would you say that commenting about the physical anatomy of your patient to third parties would be professionally inappropriate or misconduct?
Not misconduct.
What would it be?
Misconduct to me is like action,
Okay.
not,
So the
not
action
saying
of-
something.
Action of describing the physical anatomy of your patient to a third party would not be misconduct in your mind?
Describing. Say that again.
Making maybe even sexual intonations about one of your patients to a third party. Would that be inappropriate or professional misconduct?
That's an inappropriate comment. I would not say that that is misconduct.
But just professionally okay,
I didn't say it was professionally okay.
but not misconduct?
No, misconduct to me, I could be wrong, but in my vocab, analysis. I think of misconduct as an action.
Okay, I want to show you an exhibit that's been marked for identification as C3.
C3.
Copy from council. This section has Bates numbers on it at the bottom. And Bates numbers are where we mark the pages with kind of an official stamp to help us remember in our exchange of information discovery who gave who what, right? So at the bottom there's a Bates number that says D more, and then there's a sequence of numbers, and then there's numbers 1 through 3 on this letter. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is a three-page letter from the law offices of Kevin R. Madsen to Dr. Brian Drake, DC of Austin, Texas, right?
Yes.
Dated July 22nd of 2010.
Yes.
You're familiar with this letter, right?
Yes.
Were you advised about this letter when it first came to your husband's attention?
Advised by who?
When did you learn about this letter?
When he received it.
Okay, and do you know, was that about July 22nd of 2010?
Must have been.
Okay, and so in this letter, it looks like attorney Kevin Madsen claims that your husband, that he represents Jennifer Smith, who is a patient of Dr. Brian Drake. Do you know that she was a patient of Dr. Brian Drake?
Yes.
And the letter asserts a personal injury claim, demand letter basically against Brian Drake, and claims that he committed invasion of privacy, right?
Yes.
In violation of HIPAA, HIPAA Act violation. Is that right?
Yes.
And intentional infliction of emotional distress claims, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. So this was a claim that your husband had committed some professional misconduct. Is that fair to say?
This was the claim.
Okay.
I see it in writing.
All right. And there's writing on this letter. Are you familiar with the writing on the letter?
Yes.
Who wrote those on that letter?
My husband.
How do you know he wrote on the letter?
Because I was standing there.
Okay. What was your role in responding to this letter?
None.
Oh, Jen. She gets-
My role?
Yeah.
That wasn't my, I had no role.
You didn't discuss how you were going to respond or what you were going to do?
You asked for my role, but I had a discussion with my husband about it.
All right. Did you help your husband respond to the letter?
I did nothing. We had a conversation.
Okay. The letter claims that your husband made repeated lewd and improper comments to her, which violate the ethical rules of conduct for chiropractors in Texas and Texas common law. Did you come to learn what those lewd and improper comments were that were allegedly made by your husband?
Yes.
What were those?
You want her to repeat that, or do you want her to read
Was
the
it what's
letter?
referenced in the letter, or was there anything else?
It's the part that is crossed out. My husband said he did not say.
Okay.
My husband says he said Jennifer has the nicest ass in the world. He admitted that.
Referring to his patient, Jennifer Smith?
Yes, who were friends of ours at the time. He spoke to her boyfriend, not her.
Her boyfriend, Josh Dickinson?
Yes.
And when did he tell Josh Dickinson this?
He was adjusting Jennifer and he was adjusting Josh. And they were talking and chatting like they always did when he came in for chiropractic appointments.
And so your husband told the boyfriend of one of his patients that his girlfriend had the nicest ass in the world.
Something like that.
Okay. And then it also alleges that your husband made comments to Jeff Francis.
Never met him.
And told Jeff Francis that Jennifer has the nicest ass I have ever seen.
No. That's why it's in parentheses. He's like, I didn't say that to her.
Oh, he didn't say have ever seen. He just said nicest ass.
What I remember is that he said it to her boyfriend once. That's it. It was not a repeated occasion. It was one occasion. I remember the story was that the boyfriend was there and she was not. That is all that I remember.
And this is what your husband told you.
As we read this together.
So in the second comment that's on this letter to Jeff Francis, you said, as to the one to Josh Dickinson, the part crossed out, he said he didn't do. So on the line relating to Jeff Francis, he crosses out, what do you think of her ass? So didn't that have the same connotation on this letter from 2010? In other words, he didn't say, what do you think of her ass, but he said the rest.
He admitted the first line to me. The second one, he said he had only said it once, and then he said it to her boyfriend. That's the whole of the story that I know.
That's what your husband told you, right? But did your husband sometimes lie to you?
On a regular basis? No.
Yeah. Okay. And then it also claims in the next page, which is page 2 of that exhibit, that there was intentional disclosure of a patient's confidential medical records.
My husband completely disagreed with that. That's why there's no lawsuit against us, and there was nothing ever filed against Chiropractic Board.
Well, isn't it should be settled with
No,
Mr. Mattson?
no, you call it a settlement. For us, it was a refund of everything they paid.
So this letter was sent, your husband, your business that you were running together in Texas sent money to Kevin Mattson. Is that right?
Yes. She asked for a refund. When we talked to him over the phone, according to my husband, we had care plans that were anywhere from $2,000 to $6,000 a year, depending on how much patients wanted to be seen. She had a year care plan with us. We refunded every bit of her money to her, to my recollection.
Okay.
That
Maybe
was
I could
what
help
we
you with your recollection.
Okay.
You say it wasn't a settlement, and you described what you think the settlement was. So I'm going to show you another exhibit, and that is exhibit C4.
C4. Bingo.
I'm sorry.
Did you help your husband in drafting this confidential settlement communication to Mr. Mattson?
I don't remember this.
Oh,
Okay.
it's good.
You see that this is entitled as settlement communication, right?
Yes, I see that.
So settlement wasn't my words, right? It's the words of your husband in a letter to Mr. Mattson.
Okay. Well, you can call it a settlement. And
Well, let me ask you about the letter.
I was talking, but that's okay.
It indicates that I offer a paragraph 2 a settlement in the amount of $2,900,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Is that what you remember Drake Chiropractic, your husband, your family business, sending to Mr. Mattson to pay for what your husband did with regard to Jennifer Smith?
I remember it was a couple of $1,000s. In my mind, I remember thinking it lined up with what she paid. So we can call it a settlement. That's fine.
Okay. And so according to this letter, your husband offered a settlement in the amount of $2,990 in return for withdrawing any and all allegations against Drake Chiropractic of Austin, Inc., or me personally, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
Is that what it says?
Yes?
Yes, that's what it
Is
says.
that what you understood happened?
Yes, we gave her money. Yes, obviously. We weren't sued and there was nothing put against us.
And again, we have this ongoing theme, it appears in this letter, of your business being in some financial circumstances.
Object to the
Third
form of the
sentence.
question. Object to the form of the question.
I understand. The third sentence says, as our corporate and personal positions are both in debt to keep the business running, this amount represents all that I can afford in cash. Is that right?
Yes.
And according to the letter, the amount reflects what Ms. Smith previously paid to Drake Chiropractic for chiropractic services, right? Paragraph before the one I just read, or sorry, sentence before the one I just read. Right?
Yes, it also says nothing in this response should be deemed an admission of any kind, and all allegations against me are disputed. So there was that too.
Sure. There was a settlement, right?
Objection, argumentative. She's already testified as to what this,
Well, she testified that there was no settlement.
she
There was a
said if you
refund.
want to call it a settlement, you can.
Okay.
If you want to argue with her about semantics, fine, but she's already testified.
I just want Mrs. Drake to tell the truth, is what I really want.
No,
I
no,
don't-
that isn't what's happening here, but go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. So in coming up with the language for this letter, you're saying you had no role in what this said?
I don't remember this letter.
And I thought you testified before. I want to clarify. You had no role in accomplishing this settlement or the language that's contained in this letter?
If I say I don't remember this letter, then I certainly wouldn't remember drafting the letter.
Totally.
Or having any role in drafting?
I don't remember having any role in drafting this letter.
Get her with the C5.
Okay. Let me show you another email.
Give her another exhibit, Jill. Twist it. Here you go, Jen.
This is marked as exhibit C6.
Oh, C6, my bad. This perfect
Is
Christian
that P
marriage.
or C?
C as in Charlie.
Thank you.
6. This email is dated September 14th of 2010. Is that right, Ms. Drake?
Yes.
From David Little to Brian Drake. Right?
Yes.
And the email comes from Dr. B. Drake at yahoo.com. Is that right? Dr.
Yes.
Dr. B. Drake at yahoo.com. So the same business email in Texas, right?
Yes.
One quick question about that. Did you have access to the business email in Texas?
Yeah, I had access if I wanted to.
You're an office manager, right?
Mhm.
And if you could say yes or no, please.
Yes.
And as a business manager, then you had, did you get involved in communicating on behalf of the business through email?
No, that was his personal business email. I next to never got on it. That wasn't the actual email to the practice. As a manager, I only got onto Drake Chiropractic of Boston email.
Do you remember, did you and Brian have to hire attorneys to help you with this response to Kevin Madsen?
I'm going to object to any further questions on this. It's evidently an attorney-client communication.
Well, I'm not asking her about this email right now. I'm asking her whether she hired an attorney
But what's the relevance of that?
to know whether this is an attorney-client privileged communication.
Well, it's obvious on its face because it's signed by an attorney. Gormer, Gertz, Beeman, and Brown. We can look them up.
Yes,
Austin, Texas.
and I want to know if they were her attorneys for this.
They must have been my husband's attorney.
Okay, you don't recall hiring an attorney?
I don't recall what he did with this. This looks like I don't know anything about this. It even says that I understand she's not in the case, Jennifer Drake.
You know you did.
Do I get
Okay.
these? No?
I have copies.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you another exhibit. It's C5.
There it is. C5.
So this is, I'll just tell you, this is obviously cryptic emails. It's taken from the server from ISP when they pulled all your emails. So you kind of have to read it just to help you with it. Go from it kind of, I'll just tell you, it jumps in chronological order, but we're going to start with the beginning here. First page. This is September 7th of 2010 email, right?
Yes.
It looks like it's from your personal email, drakefam6@gmail.com, right?
Yes.
And that's your Brian and Jennifer Drake email address, right?
Yes.
And these are, this is a communication with Kevin Matson on or around September 7th of 2010, right?
Yes.
And there appear to be communications with between the Drake fam of 6, which you said is your personal email address, and Kevin Matson, right?
Okay.
Do you recall that this was the back and forth between you and Kevin Matson on settlement language?
No.
Ooh.
You don't recall this?
No.
So what's reflected in here, you're saying you had no access to or participation in?
That's not what I said. I said I don't recall it.
Okay, well, would you take a look at it and tell me if it helps you to remember?
I don't quite see what I'm reading.
I know it's cryptic, but you can look at, let's go back to the last page of it, which is really page 3.
Okay.
You see there's a September 7th, 2010 email, 1:10 p.m. Subject is 4th revised settlement agreement attached, right?
Okay.
It's from Kevin Matson to the Brian and Jennifer Drake email address, right?
Okay.
That you had access to,
Yes.
right? And it's addressed to Jennifer, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says, okay, I'm sorry about that. I completely missed that. Here is a revision, right?
Yes.
From Kevin Matson.
Send it to her.
Yes.
So what's happening there, you must remember, was him getting back to you about revisions you sent to him to make to the settlement agreement, right?
Okay.
Woo!
I don't know. That's not what it's saying.
Oh, that's what it says.
It's just saying it's sending us a revision to the two of us, and it's addressed to me.
Why
I
would that
don't
be?
know what your question is.
So my question is, why is Kevin Matson communicating with you if you didn't have any role in the settlement?
I've already told you, I don't recall dealing with this settlement.
Sure.
So just because he addresses something to me does not mean that I wrote that settlement.
But you do have some recollection of there being these settlement discussions in a settlement.
I remember the discussion because I remember the problem. I remember discussing it with my husband. I never met the guy. I never had a phone call with the guy. I don't ever remember emailing the guy. I don't know what else you want from me.
Selective
Okay.
remembering, Jen.
So what I'm just trying to understand is how it is you engaged in this settlement discussion with Kevin Matson, but have no recollection of it.
Okay.
So do you have an explanation why you don't remember this?
Yes.
What is that?
It was 14 years ago.
Was it not a significant event in your life that your husband had to pay a settlement to a patient you can make those comments about?
I thought it was stupid and unfortunate, but I don't live in that. We moved through it. We learned through it. Never happened again. Thankfully, we grew from it.
It did.
All right. You mentioned that one of the things you might consider as professional misconduct is your husband taking photographs of patients without their consent.
I do not know of photographs plural. I know of one photograph, and I don't know whether it was consent or not. I don't think it
And where
was.
did that happen?
It was in the chiropractic office
Where?
in Austin.
What patient?
I don't know who she was.
How do you know that you took a photograph of a patient without her consent?
Because I remember sitting on the phone and asking him about it
When did you ask him about that?
shortly after it happened. It was not an inappropriate photo. She was fully clothed. It was not sexual. It was just a photo of a patient on his own.
A photo of the patient's backside.
She was laying, it was not just her backside. She was laying on the whole table. It was the office with her on the table, which, I mean, we've had plenty of them with patients' consent because we use it for advertising and marketing. But I remember questioning him about it. I do not know who the patient was. I have no clue.
Sure.
Do you recall that you told the police that you don't remember ever giving a settlement to Jennifer Smith?
I do remember that because it wasn't a settlement.
Okay.
To me, a settlement means we were in court and we were court ordered to give a settlement.
So did you tell the police we didn't give her a settlement, but we gave her a refund?
I do remember telling Mike that yes, we gave her money, and I'm the one who brought him the paperwork. Of my own accord, as I remembered it, and I went and sought out the paperwork and brought it in to him.
I'm going to play you a clip from your interview with police. It's going to.
Who the fuck calls the detective Mike Van Leeuwen Mike? I remember bringing it to Mike. Who the fuck says that?
You have the screen up here, not to distract you. It's nice pictures of conflicts. It's just a screensaver. But we're going to show you some clips that we've transcribed, but has the audio attached to it.
Okay.
For you to review. And I'm going to play it. I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
So this is exhibit C7.
Did you move that microphone to the outside? Seems to be.
Done.
Listen. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, what happened in Texas?
Oh, which part?
Well, I guess we heard several versions of this, and so I'm not sure where it started, but there was a settlement of some kind. Is that right? There was a woman that was a patient in his practice. Do you remember this?
I remember a woman. I don't remember getting a son.
Okay. So we didn't clip beyond that, but you're saying that, and we have a transcript of it, you're saying that you told the police that you gave her a refund?
There's further down that I said I brought in the paperwork. Maybe it was a different testimony. I brought in this that you actually just have.
Okay.
I'm the one who brought it in from my stuff and said, this is the woman you're talking about. This is the woman I told them about. That was the only one I could remember. And I said it wasn't a settlement. It was a refund that I remember.
Okay.
I always remembered that the amount was, she asked, that's why $29.20 or $29.90 on top of whatever it was an odd number, because it was the amount that she paid. So she was asking for a refund. And I remember that's what Brian, when I said, where is this going? And he's like, she's asked for a refund of all her money. So in my mind, I've always thought of it, the woman wanted her money back and she moved on. End of story.
Okay. And when the police asked you what happened in Texas, you said, oh, which part? That response implies that there were many parts. The police didn't follow up on that. So I'm going to. What other parts were there?
What do you mean, Austin, Texas? I mean,
what happened in Texas was the question. And you said, which part?
And what are you asking me?
Well, were there significant events that you experienced, traumatic even events that you experienced in Texas?
According to, for women? I mean,
according to you.
I know, but are you talking about along the lines of women?
And
I don't know. That's a really wide funnel
okay,
here.
fair enough. We'll try to hone in on that. Were there other incidents involving women?
No.
And my word was vague when I said incidents. So what does incident in your mind mean? When you say there were no incidents involving women?
Well, it means every bit of the stress that I talked about before. Which part? Having 4 children in 5 years, running a practice that was so busy that it stressed us to the hilt. Ups and downs of owning a business, having a family help. Which part?
Okay, get it.
For us, we called 2008 the trenches. It was just a hard year. The economy crashed.
You say 2008 the trenches. We're talking about 2010, 11. Why do you keep saying 2008?
2008 is when we struggled because I was pregnant with my 4th child.
Okay.
And so it was just hard because I was tired. I had a hard time helping him. We were trying to run the business together. So it was just, and the economy crashed. So that's because kind of the start of our business slowing down. It was a harder year out of all the years. It was the culmination of stress.
But there were other years that were hard.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So I'd like you to just tell us, how did you feel about your husband making those comments about Jennifer Smith?
Yeah.
I thought it was inappropriate. It wasn't. Just dumb.
Just
Okay.
dumb.
But it was funny?
Just think of how stupid it was. Who does that? Just not funny in the scheme of things of what you're trying to trap me with.
Trap me.
Well, I'm not trying to trap you with anything.
Well, you are. But it's the worst of what I had to deal with of anything with another woman. So it was stupid. And even at the time, I was like, why would you say something like that? Like, that's just so wrong. But again, our marriage didn't land on a statement. I loved my husband very much, and he loved me very much, and I never questioned that.
Okay, we're going to play another clip and ask you some questions about that. It is exhibit C8. This is from your March 26, 2020 interview with Idaho State Police.
Can you say?
We don't know for sure. This is just what we were. Some people have told us that
So,
that there was a settlement involved.
boundaries are really taxing me. So I remember a patient who's either her husband or boyfriend, I don't know if they were married. Brian made a comment and it was completely inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. He had said something about the boyfriend, something about her.
Is this the swinging thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I understand he had an affair.
So you heard in that exchange, you referenced your husband said something completely inappropriate, and Van Leuven says to you, "Is this the swinging thing?" You say, "Yeah."
Yeah.
So tell us about the swinging thing.
Oh, it was nothing. It was a comment between a friend and ours. It was the same kind of thing. But they were friends. He mentioned something about, "Oh, are you swingers?" That's it. That's the entire answer to the swinging thing.
When was that statement?
I don't know. In one of the 10 years that we were there.
To whom was it made?
I don't even remember her name. She was literally, they were patient friends of ours.
So he said that to a patient of his?
But they were friends of ours.
My question is, was she a patient of his?
Yes, I think she was. Either she or her husband.
Okay. Was it distressing to you to have to pay money back to a patient for your husband's inappropriate comments?
Well, I wasn't happy about it, but again, we learned from it and we moved on. We never made it an issue in our marriage. Once we moved on from it, it was over.
All right. And we belong to a church community in Austin, is that right?
We did.
What church?
Austin Stone Community Church.
Describe the church. How many members of the congregation approximately when you attended?
Couple thousand.
Would you call it a close-knit community or not really?
We were there when the church started. So we were there when it was very little and grew. So we had a core of very close people.
How would you describe your relationship with that core of people?
Very close friends.
Can you give me some of the names of your close friends from your church in Texas?
Matt Carter. My friends are his.
You said we were very close friends, so I assume both your friends. You have different friends. Is that what you're saying?
No, do you want the couples? I didn't know if you wanted his friends.
Yeah,
or mine.
your friends of you and Brian.
Okay, so Matt and Jennifer Carter, Dave and Suzanne Barrett, Cecil and Robin Nunnally,
Can you spell the last name that you just said?
Nunnally, Nunnelly.
Okay.
Elizabeth and Smithiel, Smithiel.
He's just outing all these.
Elizabeth and, forget his name.
Elizabeth and her husband.
Yeah.
Okay. Any others?
She always knows the
We had a
women.
lot of friends. I don't know how far you want me to go.
Well, you said kind of a core group. Is that, have you pretty much named the core group of friends?
He had some friends that I didn't have, and I had some friends he didn't have. So do you want me to go separately?
I think that's good enough. So were any of the members of your church community also patients of your husband's?
Yes.
How many approximately? Do you remember?
Of the church?
Yeah.
I don't know. It changed over the years, very much so. There would be people who would see him for a year and then drop off, or there'd be people that then came on. So that's really hard to say. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, some people wouldn't see you for months. So when do you mean like ongoing through a span of 5 years? Do you mean every month that would come in?
Well, let me just follow up on that for a second. You say some people wouldn't see you for months. Is that kind of the nature of the chiropractic business, that sometimes the people would need an adjustment and sometimes they wouldn't for months?
Totally depends on the person. Some people would be seen every week for 7 years. Some people would come in and see you once a year. So you have quite a gap.
And was Jennifer Smith a member of your church?
No.
Did you learn that your husband had an extramarital affair or sex with any member of your church in Austin?
No.
Did you learn that your husband had sex with a patient of his in Austin?
No.
Liar.
Someone within your close-knit church community?
No.
Liar.
My husband has never had an affair on me.
Your sister Emily Zemacki, are you close with her?
Very.
Her name is spelled Zemacke.
Yes.
Is that right? Her last name? And you said she never lived with you and Brian in the past?
No. She lived with me before I married Brian.
I see. So is your sister somebody you trust?
I used to.
You don't know?
I use a little bit more judgment, things that I say.
Why?
Because she took a rumor and she fed it to you, which is causing you to actually question me about the morals of my husband. That's why.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay. What rumor was that?
That my husband had an affair.
Okay. So she's someone you don't trust anymore?
No, I still trust her. Just I'm very careful.
Would you describe her as a liar?
No.
Jill Bolton never talked to Emily Zamaski in her entire life. Sorry, this is crazy. My sister fucking fed you lies. Oh, really? What? Jill Bolton never talked to this fucking broad. Her sister? Never.
But she is somebody who will repeat rumors.
So before you left Texas, would you confide in your sister about what was going on in your life?
No, I lived in Texas. Didn't talk with my sisters all that much. Hardly at all. In fact, the rumor, she didn't hear that from me. You can have her testify for yourself.
So did you share with her any troubles you've encountered in your marriage?
Ever?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure I had.
Like what kind of troubles have you shared with her?
I don't know. My entire 21 years? I can't even answer that.
Exactly. You tell her about this thing with Jennifer Smith?
No.
Why not?
Because I lived in Texas. I didn't talk to her about all my problems.
So is it your testimony that you don't communicate with your sister when you're in Texas because she lives somewhere else?
I didn't say I don't communicate with her. I just don't tell her everything.
Did you never talk with her on the phone?
Yes.
Would that be a regular occurrence while you lived in Texas?
It could be once a week. It could be once every other month.
Did she ever come and stay with you when you were living in Texas?
I think she came once in 10 years.
That number one, remember everything's once.
She was interviewed by police on March 23rd of 2020, right?
Yes.
So you talked about this, you referenced this rumor that I'm trying to use against you, but how do you know about what your sister told the police?
Because she told me.
Okay, did you listen to what she said to the police?
Yes.
So you listened to that recording as well?
Yes.
So what other recordings did you listen to? Because when I asked you in the beginning, you said you only listened to what you said.
No, that was like 2.5 years ago. I haven't listened to her recording in years.
How did you have it years ago?
When
So
did you listen to that recording?
You
The
asked
first
me
time.
what I...
Let her answer the question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, answer.
What was the question?
When did you listen to the recording of what your sister Emily Zamacki told police for the first time?
About 1.5 years ago.
Lies.
2 years ago. It was about a year after Brian died.
How did you get access to that, Steve?
I asked the police for it. Actually, I may have asked you for it.
Who are you referring to?
I may have asked Katie for it, my lawyers. I don't remember.
Liar.
Have
She
the
just-
police given you directly any evidence that they acquired in the course of their investigation of your husband's death?
They've given me audio, a file of those. It was either from them or from my lawyers.
Can you repeat that, Mr.?
They gave me a file. It was either from them or my lawyers. I have a file, some testimonies, and some, I don't know what evidence. It's the same thing you were talking about at the beginning of the morning that I said I have not looked at. It's a file. I don't know what's on it except for the fact that I've gone through some of the testimonies, and that is it.
And when
Liar.
you say the testimonies, you mean the interviews with police?
Yes, sorry. Some of the interviews.
What other interviews do you listen to?
Just my family and myself. Brian's family.
Can you name them?
My family?
The people whose interviews with the police you listen to?
Emily Zamacki, Chad Drake, Johnny Drake, Jerry and Kathy Drake, and Ruthie Drake.
Because your family wasn't fucking interviewed, were they?
Sounds like only one member of your family.
Yes, I think that should be. Well, Matt Zamacki, her husband, I think, was either with her or I don't remember if they were separate. I listened to it a long time ago.
Exactly. How did you have it?
And were your parents ever interviewed by police?
My mom was in my interview, so they asked her some questions.
And the first time you met with them, your mom was there.
Yes.
And when I say them, I mean the first time you met with police for an interview after your husband's death.
Yes.
But they were asking me questions, not your mom.
Yes, but I know she answered some things too.
Okay. They ever interview your dad?
No.
How about your sons?
My sons?
Mhm.
No.
How about your daughter?
No.
Okay. I'm going to play you a clip from the interview of Emily Zamacki on March 23rd of 2020 by the Idaho State Police. It's Exhibit D. And I'll ask you some questions after we play it.
The counseling they went to, we understand was for other reasons besides that.
Yes. Not for his anger and not for his, it was, through this affair. I think the first time, and I could be wrong with this because there were things I was on the East Coast with, but years later now, because we've talked about it a number of times years later, Jennifer's stuff, just even to help other people through their marriage, she's very open about it. She doesn't hide that, she's talked with women in her church about how she went through marital things and, blah, blah. But I do believe the first time we started going to counseling was when this whole affair thing happened.
All right, tell us about that. What do you know about it?
All I know is that it was with a patient, is what I believe. And he was inappropriate. I don't know a name.
Okay.
I don't know even if she was married or not married. I hate to give you guys anything that I don't know solid.
That's right.
She talks about it as the time when he had the affair on me and how, if she'll say trust issues or she'll refer back to that time. But I really don't know details all out there.
Photography, anything about taking pictures of?
Oh gosh. It's kind of a little joke, which is not really a joke.
Yeah, let's slow down here because we're missing a bunch of details here. So the affair that happened with the patient, was this a one-time thing or was it multiple
I
times?
think it had gone on for an extended period of time, but after he got caught,
Months?
it did not happen again. I don't know how long, but it was a period of time, to my knowledge.
Just with one woman or with more than
With with this situation that he got caught on.
Are you aware of infidelity in their marriage in more than this one situation? How did he get caught?
I don't know.
And you said you don't know whether the woman was married or.
I don't know.
Did he immediately break things off with her when he got caught, or did he, or not?
I'm so sorry. I don't have more to give you for that.
Was there some danger of him losing his practice over this relationship?
Oh, yes.
Why?
In fact, I do believe that's why they moved out here.
Why is the affair with the patient? Why would that cause him to lose his practice?
Well, the understanding that I have is that he had a small practice there that was a private practice, and it got out. It got out in the church community, and so a number of his patients were from the church. And just imagine like it being a Coeur d'Alene area where people talk. He was a very popular chiropractor, just like he was here. People loved him. He was charismatic. He was, he didn't have any enemies. And when this got out, of course, if I had found out my chiropractor was sleeping with, I'd be like, dude, I'm not giving you the money to it. So it did hurt him. And that's why they eventually moved here, just to get out of underneath that name. It was not something that was very secretive. People knew. And that was very, very hard for my sister.
I can imagine.
Very hard for her.
Did you think about switching churches or anything, or no?
And staying there?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was more than just the church at that point. I think she felt like it was more of the community, even though a lot of their patients were at the church. And they've always been very active in whatever church they're in, just like Cardiff City.
Where was this in Texas? Austin?
Yeah.
That's a pretty big city, isn't it?
But they were in Austin, but the community it'd be like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like Philadelphia, Pennsylvania has little communities, right? So it was within that community of a smaller little section of Austin, although Austin's huge.
Okay. So after this affair had come out and after everybody knew about it, embarrassment, shame, guilt.
Oh, sure.
all
She was horrified over it. The
So-
people in her church who thought that, he's up there leading worship. He's, they're just like here. Is this, picture of perfection and great little cute family and the wife that loves and adores him, and he's off screwing someone else. Yeah.
So let's talk about,
Did you have any problems in your marriage when you were leaving Texas other than what your sister described here?
We did not have any of those problems that my sister just described.
Was there any physical abuse of you or the children?
Once.
I want you to go back to you should have it still in front of you, A1, the interrogatories we gave you.
We did not have any of those problems that my sister just said. She believes it. She's a psychopath.
There's A1 is the first set. And if you would turn to page
Cheers, Jen.
7. Interrogatory number 6. Do you see that in front of you there?
Yes.
You were asked, were you or any of your minor children ever abused physically, emotionally, mentally, and or verbally by Brian Drake? If so, describe the abuse incidents and approximate dates when such incidents occurred. See that? Do you see that question?
Yes, I do.
And the answer you gave after this lengthy objection from your attorneys is no. Is that right?
No, I don't remember writing that because I remember specifically saying there was one time that Brian was.
So the answer you gave in your interrogatories is not accurate. Is that right?
No, it's not. I do not remember saying no explicitly. I remember saying there was one time that my husband hit me.
Well, sometimes it's hard to remember when you change stories, but you told the police one time. You told us no as to any times.
This
So
is the
I want
only-
to.
I'm going to object to the counsel.
I have enough
Counsel,
question
you can have your viewpoint on this, but you're not entitled to be abusive to this witness. If you please be more civil and not refer to changing stories. If that's your argument, fine, but don't direct that to my client.
Understood. So you gave us the answer in your interrogatories that you verified as we established when we started this deposition, that your answer was no. Is that right?
I thought that I emailed back that my husband did hit me once. I did not look at the typed to see if this was typed with a no. I remember answering that my husband did once hit me. I've been very open about that.
All right, let's talk about that one time that your husband hit you. When was that?
It was before we had children.
Do you remember what year?
Sometime before 2000, it was sometime between 2000 and 2004, while he was going to college. Okay, I was working.
And how did he hit you?
We were sitting in the car, driving. We were having a heated discussion. I don't remember what it was about. And he reached over and he hit me with the back of his hand.
Did you leave a mark?
No.
What did you do when that happened?
He was horrified and he pulled over immediately.
I didn't ask you what he did. I said, what did you do?
I just sat there. I was stunned, started crying.
Okay. And what about the children? Any abuse of them whatsoever?
Never abused them, but there was one time where he held one of my children's mouths because he wouldn't stop crying, and Brian was very upset. And I walked in the room very upset. And I thought he was gonna, I was alarmed that my child maybe couldn't breathe because he was holding his mouth, trying to stop him from crying or screaming.
Okay, let's go ahead and play a clip for you to listen to, and I'll ask you some questions afterwards. It's going to be actually Exhibit F. This one, the previous video, Exhibit D. Yes, thank you.
Brian up here was a totally different Brian in Texas. And I know it has to do with how much stress he was under down there. I'm not going to make excuses for him. I mean, I looked at him at one point and said, you ever touch me like that again, I will call the police and it will be no more. I mean, 2008 was horrible. It was bad. But I
Was he physically striking you?
he hit me once. He hit me once very hard.
Did he strike the children?
He didn't strike the children, but there was one time that he got so mad that he grabbed one of the children, and I thought they couldn't breathe. He was trying to get them to stop being loud, and I remember walking in on it, and I remember saying, you never touch our children like that again. You will never see them again.
So are those the two incidents of abuse that you just testified about?
Yes.
Object to the form of the question.
I just want to make sure that those aren't separate ones.
No, but you used the word abuse.
Oh, are those the two incidents we just discussed when I asked you if you'd ever been hit or abused in any way by your husband or if the children were?
Yes.
And in response, you said that Brian up here was a different man than Brian in Texas. And then you say quite quickly, 2008 was horrible. So I just want to make sure I understand. Was this the kind of horrifying thing that happened in 2008, what you described then when you described this abuse to them?
Object to the form of the question.
That's a really broad question. I don't know how to answer that.
Did this abuse happen in 2008?
Object to the form of the question.
What?
I don't know. I can't tell you what happened in each year of our lives.
Well, I'm asking you because we just played a clip and it outlined the context for the police of the abuse. And you described, before you described the abuse, that 2008 was horrible.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to understand whether what you describe after you say 2008 was horrible happened in 2008.
2008 is when the start of the economy went down. So we had much more stress with the practice. I was pregnant with my 4th child in 5 years. I will keep going back to the fact that 2008 was the culmination and the start of a hard point in our lives, which every marriage has. And when I look back, it was the couple years that was the hardest of our marriage.
So when he hit you once very hard, was that in 2008?
No, that was right when, that's the only time he's ever hit me.
When he grabbed one of the children and you thought they couldn't breathe, was that in 2008?
Yeah, it was probably right about then.
Okay.
Because I remember.
Yes. I'm going to play another clip from your March 26, 2020 interview with Idaho State Police, Exhibit E.
Yeah. So another thing that has come up is allegations that he was angry and physically abusive towards you and the kids while he was in Texas.
In 2008.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that true?
His dad has a really bad temper, very bad temper, and Brian definitely got part of that. And so during this season of 2007, 2008, he was very physical. But again,
So when you use the term very physical, what do you mean?
I mean, he had an anger. He was never physical against me. My husband was a very passive person and calm until he hit a point. And then when he got angry, he really got angry. He did not abuse me. I shouldn't have said he was very physical. When I say physical, he's a big man, and when he was angry, I just knew it. So he never, he was abusive to me. He was verbally abusive when he got angry. He was not physically abusive to me.
Let's talk about the verbal abuse. Describe that.
Mostly yelling. My husband never cussed.
So yelling is verbal abuse in your mind?
Yeah, he would. Yeah, absolutely.
So again, in the response to that interrogatory where we asked you to list any verbal, emotional, physical abuse, and you said, no, that wasn't a
I
correct
am
answer.
telling you, I didn't say no to that answer. I was very honest with my questions. I have told the ISP that. I have told my lawyers this. I do not remember writing no to this.
Okay, so verbal abuse was just yelling?
It was yelling. I don't know what else you mean. He didn't cuss. I don't think my kids have ever heard my husband cuss.
Did he yell at you and the kids?
He wouldn't yell at the kids. He'd yell even if they were in the room, maybe, but most of it was towards me.
What kinds of things would he yell at you about?
It would be in the heat of a moment. It would be an argument. I don't know what's a typical argument. Whatever we may be arguing about, whether it's business or children or whatever marital couples argue about.
Well, I'm asking you what you argued about.
Which point, Jill?
Well, so business, when you had trouble with finances, there would be yelling matches.
Not every time. I'm not saying there never were.
Problems with taking care of the kids that would result in yelling.
It would be over the house. It would be over. I don't even know how to give you examples.
Maybe you can just describe, I mean, as I understand it, from what you've obviously discussed a great deal about your life with police, but you stayed home and raised 4 children, is that right?
Yes.
And
Or I would take them to the practice with me.
And your husband was the primary breadwinner. If he didn't work, you guys didn't have a paycheck, right?
Yes.
So did you become quite dependent on him to earn a living? Is that fair to say?
Of course.
You didn't have any independent source of wealth, did you?
No.
Did you have to rely on anyone else to help support you over the course of your time when you were raising 4 kids?
No.
All right. I'm going to play you one other clip. This is from the March 23rd, 2020 interview of Emily Zemacki, your sister. This is Exhibit G. Thank you.
Exhibit G. Sorry, Jen, we're not here for your fucking sob story.
At one point, temporarily, and I knew that was going on. I also know Brian was super, super, super abusive from in the very beginning, like to those kids and to Jennifer. Super abusive, had one of the worst tempers. I grew up with a dad that was like, I'd never heard him yell at me. So that's very strict. I mean, he did a tight ship with 6 kids, but we would go to Texas during those years of him drinking a ton, and his dad has a major temper. Oh my gosh, a major temper. So it runs in the family again. But I mean, he was abusive to my sister, physically abusive, and he was very abusive. I witnessed it with my own eyes, the way he was abusive to those children at a young age.
Tell me about that. What are you talking about exactly?
So what is are we talking about yelling? Did he pick him up and shake him? Was he
physically? Like, I mean, he pulled Alana aside the highway one day, and it's just carved in my mind of how he grabbed a kid and took him out, and I mean, just physically was so angry at him and smacked the kid. He was little, but he was such a good man. And hit him right across the face and held him up, and Jennifer screaming at him. And
Who is this?
This was Brenner.
Brenner?
Yeah. He scared me. Brian scared me.
How old was Brenner?
He was little, maybe 6. 5 or 6. It was a long time ago. There was a time when my sister and I were in Texas. My sister next up for me, Rachel, and we were visiting. And we heard them fighting downstairs, and we were both crying upstairs because we heard him just fuck, everything, just
screaming, and my sister and I were crying because we could hear it from downstairs, and we knew that there had been things, but it was the first time I actually saw it with my eyes because I went downstairs and I just said to Rachel, I can't let him treat our sister this way. So I went down the stairs and he had her up against the wall with his hand around her throat.
Was he threatening her as well as
No,
physically grabbing her?
no. I never heard him threaten her like he would threaten to leave her, like, oh, if you're so unhappy with me, then I'll leave, things like that. But and I know there were many, I know Jen told him a number of times, I'm not going to allow you to do this to my kids anymore. And it was
So with regard to what we just heard your sister tell the police, do you recall ever telling your husband, if you continue this abuse of my kids, I'm going to leave you, or anything to that effect?
I don't remember telling him I was going to leave him. I remember saying if he didn't calm his temper, I'd call the police.
Okay. Emily Zamaki described instances of abuse that you've not described. Did you maybe not remember those instances of abuse?
There's no way. I don't remember that with my child at all. There's no way my husband smacked her across the face, and I wouldn't remember it. There is no way on God's greener.
Have you?
Then I didn't.
Okay. Have you sought any mental health care treatment
No,
in the course of your life?
I did after Brian died once.
What do you mean by once?
I went to one person. I went maybe 2 or 3 times. That was it.
Who did you go to?
I don't remember her name. She works. I'd have to look it up on my phone.
Have you done anything to educate yourself about the mental distress that may have been caused by your relationship with your husband and or his death?
Have I looked up paperwork?
No. What I'm wondering is whether you've done anything to educate yourself or sought assistance or help relating to how the relationship with your husband that you experienced when he was alive and or his death may have impacted you psychologically.
Can you break those questions up? It's compound.
It is a long question. So have you sought help from any other mental health professionals or experts in the field of psychology?
No.
And have you ever considered getting assistance to process the trauma related to your husband's death?
That's why I sought a counselor after he died.
And you said you saw that person 2 or 3 times?
Yes.
You're not sure how many times?
This is a 2 or 3.
For 1-hour sessions?
Yes, I think so.
Have you ever submitted to any psychological evaluation?
No. My husband and I had an amazing relationship. An amazing
That's not the
I didn't ask you
question.
about your relationship. I asked you if you've ever had a psychological evaluation.
You're inferring that I had psychological
Please don't
problems
try
too.
to guess what I'm trying to
Just
get at.
answer the question.
Please just answer my question.
What question is that?
Have you ever had a psychological evaluation?
No.
Have you ever sought any help from domestic violence providers, assisters,
No.
what they're often called victim advocates?
No, we didn't have a need for it.
Okay. Let's see. trying to get a logical break. I think this is one. If
Okay.
that's okay with you, if we just break a little
Of
early
course.
for lunch, is that all right? We'll come back at 10 minutes to 1.
Perfectly
Does that
fine.
sound good?
Yes.
Stand by. The time is 11:51. We are now off the record. The time is 12:55. We are now back on the record.
Happy birthday, Carson's mom.
When we left off, we listened to a clip of an interview with your sister, Emily Zanacki, with Idaho State Police on March 23rd of 2020. And Emily describes Brian, your husband, as super abusive to you and the kids. Is that right?
That's what I heard her say.
Okay. The way she described it, it was abuse of the children. There was more than one instance of abuse. And she described that she heard you say, I'm not going to allow you to do this to my kids anymore. Did you say that to your husband when he abused your kids?
My husband did not abuse my kids, and I do not remember saying that.
Okay.
Please remember that my sister came to see me once in 10 years.
Right. And she describes, it must have been when she came to see you that one time in 10 years, that when Brenna was little, that your husband, Brian Drake, held him up and slapped him alongside the highway?
I disagree with that statement.
So you
I don't
remember
recall that at all.
Okay. She also described her and your sister, Rachel, being upstairs, and she heard your husband shouting profanities, you guys having an argument of some sort downstairs, right?
Rachel
I do
fucking
remember
hated
an
him.
argument while they were there.
Okay. So the way she described that was accurate, that she heard...
I remember we had a bad argument. I do not remember what it was about.
So, because you testified before that your husband never cussed, but Emily certainly described that.
He must have that day. I have very, very few recollections of my husband cussing.
Okay. And what she described of what she saw when she walked downstairs was different than what you described as the one time that your husband abused you. Is that fair to say?
That was not the time I was telling you that my husband hit me. That was back when before kids. So I don't remember him ever holding my throat.
Okay. So you don't remember the incident that your sister described to police?
No, not at all.
Did you, do you think maybe you suppressed these memories of these events because of the trauma?
No.
Do you think your sister's just lying to the police?
I think my sister has a different viewpoint of a lot of things.
Okay.
Okay.
Or memory. I can't speak for my sister.
Okay, we're going to play you another clip. This is of you in one of the interviews with police. And it's Exhibit I.
Happened within an hour, he was, tormented for it, and, so that's what I mean by, he had his secret wars. I know he learned it from his dad. We went into intense counseling, and over time, the Brian that's up here is nothing like the Brian that was in Texas. I would have never seen in a marriage like that. He knows I told him, and it was.
Okay, so that was you speaking, right?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes.
You said that your husband, Brian Drake, had his secret wars. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
He had a temper. I was very open about the fact that he had a small season where he was in pornography. Those were both things that most people didn't know about.
Okay. So
A
At the
small,
time, anyway.
so he had secret wars with his temper and with pornography?
Hmm.
And if you could say yes or no, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You said he had a small season. What do you mean by that? Where he was in pornography?
It was right about the time that I found some pornography.
And what time was that?
I think, if I remember right, it was right around 2008, 2000. I think it was in 2008. Again, don't hold me to my dates.
Okay.
It was just within that season before we moved
To Idaho.
It was before all the kids were born. It was right around when I was pregnant with so it had to have been 2008, 2009.
And you were pregnant with your youngest?
With Leighton, yes,
Okay.
Aubrey. Yes.
You sometimes refer to Aubrey as Leighton.
Yes, that's her middle name.
Okay. So you mentioned that in that part of the clip from your interview with police that Brian here was a very different man than in Texas. Are you saying that the husband that you're with, Brian Drake, in Texas was a different man than the husband, Brian Drake, you were with in Idaho?
He had victory over a lot of what we would call
Victory.
those temperaments or vices.
Okay.
Victory.
So what do you mean when you say temperaments?
Once we removed ourselves from the stressful situations, he worked on his temper, and as we all do, we grow as humans, as fathers, as husbands, and he had very, very much better. His anger issues were not anger issues near as much.
Near as much, so he still had anger issues occasionally?
I don't even remember them up here. If he did, I remember everybody, including myself. We all know Brian is a very passive, calm person. If he did get upset, it was because somebody pushed him quite to a level. And even that, when I say that, it's not like he's throwing things. It's not like he's hitting me. It means that he would, whether it was yelling, but I remember that next to him then while he was here.
Okay. And so that's what you mean by temperaments, is his anger seemed to subside pretty much completely when he moved to Idaho?
Yes, he was under much less stress and much more of an even keel man.
Why was he under much less stress when he moved to Idaho?
Because we didn't have, well, for one, I had family constantly. We had very good friends here. His practice was much smaller. He didn't run a practice. He worked for someone. Our kids, the youngest was 3, so they were starting to get out of all the toddler ages.
What?
So we were out of the trenches.
Okay. And so would you say that he never got back into the trenches in terms of stress in his life after you moved to Idaho?
Not like we were in Texas.
But there were stressors nonetheless, right?
Well, everybody has stress in their life, so yes.
What kind of stresses did you face in Idaho?
I don't even know how to answer that. The stress of every day, whether it's going to work or disciplining a child, marriage, I don't know. Just your normal, no big stresses. Okay. We just had normal. Yeah, I can't think of like a big rock stress that happened in the 10 years we were here.
Okay, and the other piece you said that you said the small season where he was in pornography, that ended after you left Texas?
Before we left Texas, yes. That was not for very long. We dealt with it and moved on.
How did you deal with it?
Mm-hmm.
He was very open with a couple of his friends. They all had an accountability group. His friend locked down his phone.
Here it comes.
So he put on a filter on his phone. We went to counseling.
Okay. Did you counsel with licensed counselors or people in your church who were kind of like trained to counsel?
No, licensed counselors.
Okay. Who did you go to licensed counseling with in Texas?
One of them her name was Tracy. I don't remember her last name. She had another guy in the practice. I don't remember his name at all.
And you went in 2008?
Pretty sure it was 2008.
And how long did it last?
The pornography?
No, the counseling.
Oh. With them, I don't remember. I just remember seeing her for several sessions, and we didn't really like her, so we moved to the guy. And I don't remember how many times. It wasn't that long.
Okay. And so, just so I'm clear in understanding these issues that your husband had with pornography, what were these issues?
Well, I found pornography on his iPad.
I'm sorry, on his what?
On his iPad.
On his iPad. In 2008?
Yes, if I remember correctly. Don't hold me to dates.
What?
Okay, but before you came up to Idaho.
Oh, yes.
And so how was it, when you say you found pornography, how was it you happened upon the pornography, and why was that concerning to you?
I happened upon it because I opened his iPad.
Oh, okay.
And why it was concerning to me? Because he was looking at another woman that was topless.
Okay. So was this just pornography he got offline? That kind of
Yes.
stuff?
Yes.
So was he frequenting pornography sites? Did you come to learn?
No, and most of them were all just topless. It's not like he was watching videos. These are photos, and they were just pictures that he had gotten from, I guess, a website or wherever. I know that they were just internet photos.
So when you say you went to counseling that you described with Tracy, whose last name you don't remember, and then some other man in that practice in Texas, was it to address the pornography or the anger issues or both?
Both.
Okay. So that's all the issues that were with pornography, was what you just described?
Well, I mean, there were pictures of me, but that had nothing to do with pornography.
Were the pictures of you concerning to you that caused you to have to go to counseling, or?
Yes.
Why were the pictures of you concerning?
Just because I didn't know he had some photos of me.
When did you discover pictures of you?
At that same time.
On the iPad, that one time you opened it up?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can say yes or no, please.
Yes, sorry.
So sometime in 2008, when you opened up the iPad, you saw pictures of other women, but also of you that were...
Yes.
And the pictures of you, were they pictures that you knew he had taken of you?
At the time, I did not.
What does that mean?
When I opened up the iPad, I did not know.
Right, okay, that makes sense. So when you looked at them, you saw pictures of yourself that you had not consented to him taking?
Yes.
And so what was your response to that? Did that cause you some concern?
I addressed it with him.
That's not my question. I guess maybe it was my question. How did it make you feel that you found pictures of yourself that he had taken that you didn't know about?
I was surprised. And so I questioned him about it.
And what did you learn about him taking pictures of you that you didn't know about?
I don't know how to answer that question. What do you mean? What did I learn about questioning?
Well, I mean, so why did your husband have pictures of you that he didn't get your consent to take?
Because he thought I was super sexy. And I took that as a compliment.
So that wasn't an issue that caused you to go to counseling? It didn't concern you?
Oh, it did, because it was the pornography, and it was the fact that my husband...
Wait, what? Oh, Lord.
And loved to take lots of pictures of me.
What do you mean by lots of pictures of you?
He liked to take lots of pictures of me. I don't know how more explanatory, just make it.
Lots of pictures of you naked?
No, any pictures. He just loved pictures of me, whether it was front, my face, my back. He just loved photos of me, and most of them I was fine with. A lot of them I didn't know about. I just realized that he took a lot of photos of me and I didn't know it.
Did your husband, Brian Drake, ever drug you, rendering you unconscious and take photographs of you when you were unconscious?
He did not render me unconscious. At one point, he gave me a sleeping pill. I personally went to bed of my own accord. We always slept nude. I went to bed. I went to sleep of my own accord. And he did take a topless photo of me.
Is that one of the photos you discovered on his iPad?
Yes, that is the main photo that I discovered when I realized who took photos.
He said he gave you a sleeping pill. Did you know that did you ask for a sleeping pill and take it knowingly?
I asked for tea. Again, I'd had my fourth child. I had told him I couldn't sleep. He took it upon himself to put a sleeping pill in my tea, which he handed to me. At the time, I did not know that there was a sleeping pill in it. It was one of his mom's Ambiens, I think.
So did that concern you? Your husband gave you a drug without you consenting to take it?
Yes, at the time it did. It surprised me.
What do you mean by surprised you?
It surprised me.
You didn't expect he would drug you without your consent?
I was not aware that he had actually put something in my tea.
Okay. Did it upset you that he did that?
It upset me that he took a photo I didn't know about.
It didn't upset you that he drugged you?
It was a sleeping pill. At the time, I understood why he did it. I don't believe that he had any nefarious reasons for doing what he did.
Well, wasn't one of the things he did after he drugged you and you went to sleep or were unconscious is take photographs of your naked body?
That was not the purpose for why he gave me the Ambien. Because he told me, because we had plenty of discussions about this. And I believe him that he did it to begin with to have me sleep. Now, what he did after that was very surprising. And yes, I had issue with it. And yes, we dealt with it.
Did you involve did you tell your family that your husband had done this to you?
Not my family, no.
Did you tell his family?
I realized it when I was talking to my sister-in-law.
You had a fucking intervention.
She had mentioned to me over the phone that her mom was missing some pills, some sleeping pills. And I kind of put two and two together.
Walk us through that. What two and two did you put together?
I had seen the photo and didn't understand where the photo came from. And then when she said her mom was missing some sleeping pills, and I realized, I wonder if my husband had used one of those because I had been asleep so much I didn't realize he had taken a photo of me. So then when I asked her about this, and then I started to state that I saw this photo of myself and at the same time also found the pornography. She said, why don't my parents and I come and meet with you and let's address it with them.
The fuck, that is not
So
what
they
happened.
came over that night
That's not what happened.
and we addressed it.
So how was it addressed with this family?
We all sat in a room and we asked him about it.
So you didn't talk with him alone before you brought his family in?
Nope.
So is this kind of like an intervention with his family?
If you want to call it that.
That's what you
You
call it.
wanted him to know how seriously you felt betrayed?
No, I just wanted them to be there with me to help me figure out what do we do.
Why did you think you needed his family with you to help you figure out what to do?
With your grown-ass husband.
Because I had 4 toddlers and we were in the middle of a lot of stress and I didn't know what to do.
So did that help you figure out what to do?
Yes.
Well, what was that?
He fully admitted everything.
What did he admit?
He admitted to taking the photo. He admitted to putting the pill in the tea.
Putting what in the tea?
The pill.
Okay.
And he admitted to the pornography on his iPad.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, I just want to understand, because we talked about the pornography before. You said you had conversations with your husband, but was the first time you brought up with your husband your concern about his pornography and the photo of you when his family was present?
Yes.
Okay. Why didn't you tell your family about this?
Again, I lived in Texas. I did not visit them much. They weren't a part of our world much.
Were you embarrassed by what your husband had done to you?
Well, that's just not a conversation I have with just anybody. Like, that's not a conversation I have with 99.9% of the world until today.
Sure, makes sense. But nobody in your family that you're close enough to talk about this instantly?
No. There's people I'm close enough, but at the time, no, I did not talk to anybody about it.
Have you talked to anybody in your family since then?
About
Since the
this?
event? Yeah.
No.
What?
Did you enter into some sort of separation from your husband after this event?
Yes, our counselor recommended that we just for about 3 or 4 weeks. No, it wasn't even that long. He was to come by the house every day to see the kids, but it was a separation for no reason other than to give each of us time to have a little counseling and come back together. It was never a separation with the goal for separation. The goal was always come back together after we crossed this hurdle.
So who stayed where when you separated?
My husband went and stayed with a good friend of ours. I stayed home with the kids.
Okay. So was one of the people that was present when you had been, the time period you kind of had this family intervention with his family, was that Ruth Ann Taylor?
Yes.
She was your sister-in-law, Brian's sister?
Yes.
She living down in the area near you guys at the time?
No, she lives in she lives in Minneapolis. Or yes, Cologne. She lives there up north.
Again,
But
so
she would come down, maybe at the time she was with my in-laws. She would come down to my in-laws a lot in Houston.
nevertheless, she was there when the family came on and you all met and talked about this,
Yes.
right? Okay, who else from his family was there?
His parents.
Anybody else?
No.
I'm going to play you a clip from Ruth Ann Taylor's interview and just ask you a couple questions about it. It is exhibit H1.
Ooh, sister. This is Brian's sister talking to the police.
Dealing with story violence. I do know that he took pictures of my sister-in-law without her knowing.
There was some confusion about whether or not she was just asleep or whether she was drugged unconscious.
I would ask her that, but I think that she was drugged unconscious. I do recall that I think he had various email addresses, and she found, I think she found different things on different email addresses. She found things on one of his phones, and I don't know if it was because he had left his phone in the house while they were in they had a 30-day separation period. And I thought he had to either surrender his phone or something along those lines. And I want to say that she found pictures that she had no recollection of him ever taking.
Why were they separated before she found the pictures?
I think she found other pictures before then. It was the recommendation of the counselor they were seeing.
Did you hear that, Shug Tits?
Okay, so there's a couple of things said in there I just want to ask you about. So did you separate us? I think you said this already, but I wanted to just double check. You separated because the counselor suggested a separation?
Yes.
And had you found items on his phone or in his emails as well?
I don't remember that. I just remember him on his iPad. I don't remember whether it was an email or whether it was internet.
Was there more than one time that you separated from your husband, Brian Drake?
No. And I think our timeline's wrong because we separated after this happened. We never had a separation before this.
Okay. What did the counselor recommend this intervention?
No.
So I just want to make sure I have the timing straight. So you had kind of I keep calling it intervention. That may not be your term, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You have this intervention with his family about the pictures you found on his iPad.
Yes.
And then you went to counseling, or you went to counseling after? Or sorry, before.
We must have had this counseling, those two. I want to say that was before this had to have been.
The counseling was before you found the photos?
Before I found the photos. And then after that, we saw a different counselor.
Okay. So were you with the counselor in sessions when you found the photos?
No.
What I'm getting at, you can probably tell, is I'm trying to understand, how did the recommendation come from the counselor unless it was related to these pictures, unless you were already in counseling with them?
No, that's what I mean. The counseling, we got counseling right after that. And the counselor at that time said we should have a separation.
Okay.
I think it was a month. But I know we separated after, I know that was after the pictures.
All right. Was there any counseling, or kind of, whether it's with a licensed counselor or other like Christian counselors from your church, after this 2008 year?
Yes, there was another counselor. But wait, what? Say that again?
So I know that we're going back and trying to pinpoint memory and significant events. I'm trying to just get a timeline here. You said 2008 was a bad year. This is when you found the photos.
Yes.
And you went to counseling. And what I'm trying to understand is, and then you had a separation sometime in that period, I think we've said.
Yes.
So did you then have to enter into counseling again later, after 2008?
Well, it was right then. Yes. Not after 2008. That was like our last counselor. And it was a different counselor.
It was a different counselor?
It was not a friend. It was a licensed counselor. Yes.
Okay. In 2008?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't go to any licensed counselors after 2008?
Well, we went to him for a while. So I think it was off and on through either 2009. Again, don't hold me to these time frames.
I know. It's
between 2008 to 2009 or 10, we saw a counselor. Yes.
Did you meet with people in your church who counseled you?
No, I didn't. I know Brian had some good godly men who, they had gone through some things with pornography as well. I mean, even our preacher preached on it. It's very common, apparently. And so they held each other accountable and talked through some of that. Brian was very, very open with two of his friends that were good, godly leaders. And they admonished him, and he took it well. And he did whatever was asked of him.
When you say who do you mean?
Matt Carter and Dave Barrett, I told you who his good friends were.
Matt Carter and Dave Barrett. So you mean Brian Drake, your husband, did whatever they told?
Yes, whatever advice they gave him. And, they would meet on a regular basis. they would actually hold each other accountable. And
Wait for this.
we worked through it. We worked through it.
Mm-hmm.
And when we worked through that, we worked through everything else that marriage, it was a good thing for us.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want to make sure I understand the end of the problems with pornography and this issue of you being drugged was pretty much over in 2008.
Yes, through that year, we never had that problem again. Once we addressed this and dealt with it, I don't ever remember bringing those into any issues.
I'm going to hand you another exhibit here. I've marked as Exhibit J.
We
One.
nailed that. We have that. I gave that to Jill too. I said the iPad wasn't invented yet.
So this is an email from January 10th of 2010 from Scott Campbell to, looks like your husband, Brian Drake, Dr. B. Drake at yahoo.com, right?
Yes.
That's what it says. And the topic of the email, the subject is opening statement BD. Do you know what that was? Can you give us any context on what this communication was about?
I have no idea.
Okay, let's work. It looks like Brian sent to, SEC. Those are the initials for Scott Campbell, do you think?
Must be. I don't know.
And it looks like they're discussing there's a few changes in whatever this opening statement is. Some of the below info came from Troy through Jen. So Troy is Troy Campbell, right? We've talked about her earlier.
I'm sorry. I was reading.
Troy through Jen is a reference. So were you meeting with Troy Campbell during this time?
I never met with anybody. I don't know what you mean by that. I have friends who I would sit and have coffee with.
Okay.
But I did not officially have anybody that I met with over
Were you involved in some kind of covenant Bible study or things like that?
No.
Okay. So if you go to the next,
My husband was, I was not.
okay. So when you go to the next page, it talks about how they're going to open with prayer, and this is in essence what appears to be a summary that Scott Campbell has given to your husband, Brian Drake.
Okay.
And if you go down, there's kind of several sentences, but the first kind of full paragraph there, which is about 5 lines down into that second page, it indicates BD has struggled many years with enslavement to pornography, poor impulse control, anger, deceitfulness, and probably most distressing to his wife, enslavement to intimate digital images of his wife obtained without her knowledge or consent. So this is a summary that was written in 2010. So I just want to make sure I understand. You said 2008 and it was all better after that. Did you maybe not remember that this continued?
Okay. When I say 2008, I've said this several times. Don't put me to that date.
Okay. That's
I'm
what
just
I'm
saying
trying
we
to get.
had a segment of time that we dealt with this. It lasted I'd say even lasted maybe a year. You would be fine. I'm saying we had a segment of time when we were in counseling, whether it was 2008 to 2010, that we dealt with this. I can tell you wholeheartedly that when we left Texas, this was never a problem again.
Okay, and we'll get to that.
So this
But I want to ask you a question
season-
about this specific paragraph here.
Go ahead.
This suggests that there was enslavement to pornography, and most distressing to you, enslavement to intimate digital images of you obtained without your knowledge or consent. So was that enslavement and that most distressing thing to you still going on in 2010?
So enslavement is his word. That seems really traumatic.
His word.
Was that still going in 2010? I don't remember what year.
Okay.
I just said between 2008 and 2010, I need you to give me grace.
Okay, sure, I get it. The reason is I tried to get real specific about after you found the images on his iPad in 2008. You said there was nothing after that.
When I say nothing after that, I'm talking about when we got victory over it. We did not have one day and then this was over. This was something that I found And then I would find again, and I would find again. But they were things that I found that it all happened then. So it doesn't mean that maybe I found it all. Does that make sense? Maybe I saw my initial reaction and my initial what I saw, we dealt with. And then a week later or a month, whatever it is, like, wait, I didn't see all of that. I didn't know that there was more. Or it would maybe happen again. But I'm saying for this season of this time that we were dealing with this in the trenches, I'm not going to say it was a day. I'm not going to say it was a month. Even all the pictures that I saw, I don't know if those were taken in a day, in a month, or in a year. I can't even say. I just remember that there is a season of our life that we dealt with this, we worked through it, we got victory, and we moved on.
When you say we got victory, what do you mean? What is victory?
Victory means we put it under the blood, we tried to work through it.
Jen,
It doesn't mean that, excuse me, I'm sorry.
yes.
It means that if it was a problem, Brian came to a healthy place to be able to resist it. That's what I mean by victory.
Resist
Able to
that
resist
porn.
taking
The temptation,
Let me finish the question, please. When you say he was able to resist it, able to resist taking covert digital images of you without your knowledge or consent, he was able to overcome that when you got victory in this season that was 2008 till, I don't know when it ended, but
Object to the form of the question. It's compound, multiple. Do we break it up? And she's tried to clear it up that it's not just 2008.
okay,
It's a potential period of time that she's tried to describe to you a number of times.
sure.
I don't know how long this was. I
Can
just
you
know
say-
that we got to a place to where I felt safe with my husband. I did not have to worry about these things. There was a place to where I didn't see them anymore. From that point on, I don't know how to explain that without giving you dates.
Well,
I
I'll
don't
ask you some
know.
questions, so maybe we can get to the bottom of that. So victory over it was, you got to a place where you felt safe?
Wrong choice of words. A place to where I didn't worry whether or not he was taking a photo.
You didn't care anymore, or you just believed he wasn't?
I believed he wasn't.
Okay. Did you stop looking?
No. I had all his passwords. I could look at his stuff at any time. I was on his things.
Lying bitch. I caught you.
So from this season you described about where you described accomplishing a victory over it, did you continue to check in and use his passwords and look at his phone and look at his computer? Or
Over
any
the
of those
last
things?
12 years or when?
Sure, over the last 12 years.
Yes, I was on his stuff in the regular. It's not like I was neurotic about it. I didn't ever get on because I was concerned. I would get on for other reasons, and while I was on, I never saw anything. It wasn't a helicopter to where I had to sit there and neurotically look through his things. I was not this person who was, I'm trying to think of the right word. He had no problem with me getting into any of this stuff at any time from then on.
And what kind of stuff did you get into over the 12 years since you say you accomplished victory?
He had an iPod, he had an iPad, he had his phone. I had passwords to all of it. He never had a password I didn't have.
Okay. So this email, if you go back to it, the fourth paragraph, accountability has been put in place in 2008 and again in 2009, both times with suggestions for radical amputation of all digital recording equipment and all digital images of his wife was unsuccessful. So again, this is January of 2010. So by 2010, this effort to, they use the term radical amputation, but remove these devices or ability to take photos didn't work.
I've never seen this before. I don't know.
That's not the
What?
question. I'm asking you, by 2010, these efforts to remove him from these devices didn't work?
I am not going to have you put me on a timeline. I have now said to you over and over, I don't know the dates. Don't put me to say that this was over on a certain date. I can't give you a day. I can't give you a month. I can't even give you a year. I know it was a season in our life, and you're questioning me about a document I've never seen before, so I don't know.
Okay, I'm just asking you whether the content of it has any rings true to you. So the this radical amputation, do you know what this means? I mean, were these devices removed from your husband, or what did you do to try to limit his use of?
It's a compound question. I'll object to the form.
Do you understand my question? You want me to repeat it?
Repeat it, please.
Did you do anything to try to remove your husband's ability to take photographs from any of his devices?
Listen to this.
No, he had 2 friends that put filters on his phone, and they were his accountability partners. They even agreed it was not fair for the wife to be an accountability partner. I trusted these men very much. I did not helicopter my husband. They walked him through things. There is stuff between them and him that I don't even know. So if you want to pose them, please feel free.
In June of 2009, it references that you asked BD's family to get involved. Does that date sound right?
Don't know about the date.
Okay.
I don't
And
remember 15 years ago.
They began paying for RR. Do you know who RR is?
No,
Come on.
Did Brian's family pay for somebody to help him?
no.
What?
It says
To help him
RR.
what?
Our local Christian counselor, considered one of the nation's top experts in sexual addiction.
Yes, I actually do know what you're talking about. Is the counselor I was telling you about.
Rick Reynolds.
Yes,
Is he the licensed counselor?
yes.
Okay. Is that who you saw?
Yeah.
You and Brian both?
Yep.
Did Brian get diagnosed with bipolar disorder by a psychiatrist?
I don't know if he was diagnosed, but he was put on meds.
What meds was he put on?
I don't remember. I just remember it was a med that helped with his depression.
So here,
What the fuck
okay,
is
so
going
here again, I know I'm not going to try to pinpoint you on a date, but it says that this is June 2009. This is the recounting of the history in January of 2010, right? It says RR requested 30-day separation. So is this the counselor that suggested the 30-day separation?
Yes.
And talked about instituting this radical amputation of all digital recording ability and all images of JD. So it says all images of you, that they were actually removed from his devices?
I don't remember.
Things improved and you stopped counseling. That's what it says. Is that what you remember?
Yes. Right.
Then it indicates that about 1 month ago, so again, this email was written in January of 2010, BD, your husband's initials, admits to having purchased a mini iPod and used it to obtain recordings of you and your husband while you were intimate without your knowledge. Did you know about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. And he also admitted just before Christmas, it sounds like 2009, that he purchased a small camera with recording ability. Did he admit that to you as well?
Remember.
And then this is where that safe terminology comes up, and I just want to ask you about it. Late December, early January 9 to 10, it says MC and SEC communicate, both make it very clear to BD he needs to do everything in his power to make JD feel safe. Do you know what that is meant by that, make you feel safe?
Just a picture, just so that I just knew that he wasn't taking pictures.
Okay. So you would feel safe if your husband didn't have the ability to take pictures of you?
Not pictures in general. He had tons of photos of me. It's just photos that I wasn't aware of. And even that changed over time.
What do you mean it changed over time?
I got to a place where I was okay with some photos. So this is such a moving.
Okay. It says this week, and again, this is January 10th, 2010 email. JD found compact discs with intimate images of her and BD car, and also discovered BD had traded an old phone with camera broken intentionally by him, as requested by Rick Reynolds. Do you remember anything about that?
No.
Counselor, there's no question pending. We'd like to take a break.
There is. I'm sorry, did
I said no. I said I don't know.
You don't remember finding a compact disc?
I'd like to take a break.
We already asked for a break sheet.
Hi, the time is 1:40. We're now on the record. The time is 1:46. We are now back on the record.
Jill Bolton just fucking annihilating this girl. Jill Bolton, attorney, annihilating Jennifer Drake. She was awarded $15 million.
Is it true? Would you describe your husband's issue with pornography as Scott Campbell described it, enslavement to pornography?
No.
He said in that there's reference to your husband having poor impulse control. Would you describe him as having poor impulse control?
I consider that being having a temper.
Okay. And there's reference to his anger. So that's something other than obviously poor impulse control. Is the anger what we've talked about already? Yes. How about deceitfulness? It's referenced in that email we just went over. Was your husband deceitful with you?
I think that was in hiding the pictures.
Okay. Were there other images that you discovered of you that he had taken? I think we kind of touched on this, but I just want to clarify the time frame. Did you discover after the time you described the iPad in 2008 other images that he had taken of you after that you had not consented to?
During that season.
Okay, and what kind of images? Were they just like the first ones you just described, or were they different ones?
They were, whether I was in the shower, getting dressed, or just, even just in the kitchen, just photos of me doing normal things.
Did it, when you found kind of the second time after the iPad, more of these photos, did that cause you concern? I mean, did that make you feel unsafe?
Not unsafe. I never, ever worried about my safety. So when you use the word safe, it has a different connotation. It just means I didn't want to have to be looking over my shoulder as to whether or not he was taking a photo.
Why would you need to look over your shoulder? Why not just let him take photos as he saw fit?
Well, I got to that place where we did get to a healthy place like that.
But why were you looking over your shoulder?
Because I realized he was taking photos I didn't know about.
So that caused you concern?
It's part of why we're in counseling.
But what I'm trying to get at is, why did that concern you in the first place?
Because I just didn't want him having those photos of me.
Okay.
Without me knowing. Call it vain. Call it vanity. I don't know. Just because.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why it was suggested that we simply remove the devices from your husband as opposed to work on whatever compulsion was making him take the photos?
We did. I don't ever remember them taking, or us, anybody taking away his devices. That's why it was part of their accountability. They put filters on each other's phones.
They took the Google app off the phone.
So there was no removal of the cameras that you found in his car?
Oh, I remember. Oh, no, nothing like that. I do remember them disabling the camera on his phone. Not they. He did. He agreed. He's the one who decided to do that, but it was part of the accountability of just turning it off.
Would you say that effort to disable cameras or put filters on, as you described, was successful,
Yes.
meaning he didn't do that ever again?
I don't know about, I mean, during that season he did, but after, once we were done with counseling, we quit because there were none of that problem anymore. Maybe I should put it that way.
So no covert digital images of you taken without your consent after you came to Idaho?
Right.
You hear, Jill?
Not that I am aware of. Maybe I should put it that way.
Not that I'm aware of.
You still have that exhibit in front of you. I just want to ask you, you said there was only one separation.
I only remember one separation.
The email J1, again, it was the email between Scott Campbell and your husband, Brian Drake. Exhibit J1 is dated January 10th, 2010. Let's see. It references that there was a 30-day separation. So I'm just trying to, you don't remember the exact year that you did the separation? Okay. It wasn't right in 2008 when you found the images on the iPad.
I just remember it was with that counselor. I just remember that.
So maybe as late as 2010? Or late 2009?
It doesn't seem that late, but if that's what it says, I don't know. I really don't remember. Because it wasn't literally, I mean, like a separation. It was just a time of us getting together in order to get back together.
Okay. Do you remember how old your kids were when you separated?
They were toddlers. I mean, they were young. I don't remember if my daughter had been, I think she was born, so maybe she was a newborn. So maybe it was 2009.
Okay, we kind of touched on this already, the photos of other patients, but I'm going to play you a clip from your interview from March 26, 2020. It's Exhibit J2, and I'm going to ask you some questions after we play.
Was there an issue of him taking pictures of clients when they weren't aware of it?
There was one instance, but she never knew about it. I know it herself. And it was like the lady was laying down. She's fully clothed. But he took a picture of her backside. And that's why it was like, why are you taking this picture? It was along with it. Yeah, she never knew. But that was needed. That's why we
Did he have an issue with taking pictures?
he did.
Okay. The reason I wanted to play that, and we've talked about the one photo you described that you found. Again, how was it you discovered that photo of the patient?
It was in the middle of those other photos that I saw.
Okay.
Just on his it was on his phone.
How did you perceive that? Did that cause you concern that you saw a photo of a patient on his phone?
Well, it was as we were questioning him with some of these photos. And I was like, well, who is this and why? I mean, I could tell it was his patient. I don't remember it being a concern. Otherwise, we would have dealt with it. But it was literally one photo. I don't remember who it was. I know it was a lady because you couldn't see her face. She was laying down on the table, face down. And it was it was like the whole office snapshot. I just remember that as the only time that was a question. And I didn't understand why he had taken it.
Did he explain to you why he took that picture?
I don't remember why.
Did it have to do with his liking to take covert photos of people?
No, because there was nobody else on there. He didn't have a problem with anybody else. I was his problem. I was his muse, apparently.
Okay.
I was his muse.
Let's talk about, do you remember,
Sure, Jen.
That clip we just played?
Yes.
You started to say, that's why and the detective kind of speaks over you, so we can't hear what you're saying. Do you remember what you said there? We can play it again, but I didn't hear what you said, and I'm trying to understand what you said in that.
but I don't know. That's why
You're talking about that photo of the patient, and you said, that's why we, and then you didn't answer. Was there something you did with your husband when you discovered that photo with regard to his practice?
No, I don't know what I was saying.
Did you make it clear to your husband that you didn't find that acceptable, him taking photographs of patients?
I don't think I had to, because I questioned him on it, like, well, this is odd. Why do you have a picture of her? If I remember right, my sister and my mother-in-law were there. So it was just kind of one of those things we moved through. But it was never an issue. Him taking a picture of anybody else was never an issue. And according to ISP, I've asked if there's something I don't know. They've never seen any photos of anybody else. So I think this is a moot point.
Oh, okay. So exhibit J3, I want to play for you. But I want to ask you one question before we do. Would you say that finding pictures of yourself on your husband's various devices, pictures that were taken without your consent, those kind of pictures, would you describe those as a trigger for you?
They were at the time, yes.
And tell us what that is. What is a trigger for you?
It just means that if I thought he might be behind me taking a photo, I would turn around to see.
What do you mean by trigger? Trigger you to do what?
Oh, it didn't trigger me to do anything. It was just something that was on my mind. It was a trigger, like, if I saw him taking a photo, I would immediately be thinking, what photo are you taking? What am I doing?
So it was disconcerting to you. It would cause you concern.
Yeah, it just bothered me. It wasn't a trigger to do anything. I had no response other than, why'd you take that photo, or recognizing what he was taking.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and play this clip, J3.
With our counseling, like he ended up to where we literally took off the camera off his phone, but even I can tell you looking through, thousands of, it was all photos of me. It got to be to where it was just like, I have triggers. That man was so intense. Again, that was so long ago, and he was demented or something.
So I just want to ask you a couple questions about that. You said you refer to your husband as that man, like he's someone else. Do you mean somebody else? I mean, that man, what do you mean when you say that?
I don't know what I meant by that.
Okay.
He's just, a man who loved to take photos of me. I don't know. Somebody with an impulsion to take my photo.
That's why you went and got counseling.
When you said, I think he was tormented or something, what do you mean?
I don't know what I meant by that. It just means he was impulsive to take my photo. That's all I meant by that. To me, it doesn't make sense. As a woman, it didn't make sense why he always took my photos. My husband.
Did you not ever try to get to the bottom of what was this compulsion you described?
He adored me, Jill, in every way. That was the bottom of it. He adored me.
Okay.
In every way. He was really, really great husband. And that was his way of showing love, and the way he loved photos of me to a fault.
He showed his love to you by taking photographs of you.
That's not how he showed love. He showed love in many ways, but he loved photos of me. It's just what he did. I don't have a way to explain it.
Okay.
He just did. And it's not just me, it's his kids. He loved his family. He had more photos than anybody has ever seen of his family.
Let's talk about exhibit J4.
Come on, Jill, bring the hammer. She is fucking delusional. Show her what's up. Ow. J4?
This is an email from you to your husband dated January 18th of 2010, right?
Yes.
Sent from drakefam6@gmail.com. So that was the email that you used in this email, right?
Yes.
To Brian Drake at drbdrake@yahoo.com.
Yes.
And it looks like this is when you were checking his emails, maybe?
I must have.
You indicate you happen to get onto his email, right? Mm-hmm. If you could answer yes or no,
Yes.
please.
Here it comes.
You said that email made me so frustrated and caused me to ask, why am I in the middle of all of this, right?
Yes.
You expressed frustration about his full disclosure to about 10 plus men,
Full disclosure.
right? So what disclosure are we talking about? Is that the last email we just referenced, or was it something else?
Him
I'm still
fucking
reading
someone
this,
else.
I'm not sure.
Him fucking someone else. Jen, you know, come on, girl. Full disclosure. I'm just still trying to figure out if you were there or not when Brian took his last breath. That's the only thing I'm trying to figure out. Everything else I solved.
What is your question?
My question is, what full disclosure are you talking about?
I don't remember, but it must have been,
Tell us about it.
it must have been the pictures. And maybe it was, there's a good chance it was probably about the night that he gave me the drink and the picture.
Lies.
So it caused you concern that he disclosed these details to other people?
Yes,
Why?
that was one of the most stupid questions I've ever heard, and I'm sorry. Probably because I didn't want the entire town to know everything that happens behind our closed doors.
I thought that was part of your process. Your counseling is sharing with others and getting their support and involvement.
Fuck
No,
yeah,
that would
Jill.
be two people, not the whole town.
The town.
So I don't know anybody who likes to air everything outside their doors, but it is what it is. They all loved us through it,
Okay.
and I loved him through it.
Were you concerned about your reputation in the community?
At that point, I think that all slowly just disappeared. So it came to a place it didn't matter.
That's why you
Well,
moved.
when you say you were frustrated about his full disclosure, is it
Right.
because you were concerned of the impact that would have on your reputation?
You know, as you can see, if you continue reading, it was because there was a lot of things that I didn't even know.
Like what?
I don't know. It doesn't say in this letter. So I don't know what I'm talking about 12, 14 years ago.
You don't remember what was misunderstood, misconstrued, or flat out wrong?
I don't. 14 years ago. I don't know how many conversations you remember with your husband of 14 years ago, but there's so many that I don't.
And so you suggested that you should have your own full disclosure. What would your full disclosure be?
Again, I don't remember.
At the last sentence of that first paragraph, you say, I now will get to continue in this town as the, quote, becoming drunk bitch, end quote, because that is what is being portrayed. Does that help you to remember what was being portrayed about you?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
What does that mean, becoming Drake bitch?
I don't remember even writing this. So there's that.
And then you indicate, all I can say is that I am very sad and very ready to leave Austin. This is January 18, 2010.
That's what it says.
I'm becoming Drake, bitch.
You indicate that you'll now need to continue to get through this by yourself. Did you feel somewhat isolated from your husband after he made this full disclosure?
I'm sure I probably did.
You also, though this is the last full sentence of that second paragraph, there's too much ring around the rosy and it causes me to have to do, quote, damage control, end quote. Can you tell us what you meant by that?
I can't.
Can you tell us what you meant?
I don't remember the context of this letter.
Ring
You
around the
say,
room.
which I already have to deal with your mother/family about. So what kind of damage control did you have to deal with his mother and family about?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh, you don't?
Um,
I can't believe his fucking family is allowing
when
her
you
to
said
get
I'd
away
rather
with
not
this.
deal with it and agreed to let my reputation lie where it may. So where was your reputation at this point, as far as you understood it?
I don't remember.
Did you feel it had been damaged by your husband's actions and disclosures?
Oh, I'm sure there was a little bit of that.
Mm.
You also indicate at the end that you love him, and you say, I love you and I miss you terribly. You're talking to your husband. So you miss him. Were you separated at this time?
I don't remember.
Had he gone on some kind of trip or was away when you wrote this, or you don't remember that either?
It's January of 2010. I don't remember.
Put that out of my mind. Ring around the rosy. Here we go.
Okay, just to be clear though, it did cause you concern that others might know or learn about your husband taking photographs of you without your knowledge and consent.
That's so stupid.
Yes, probably.
All right. Let's talk about the next email in this time frame. Actually, same date.
Same date.
July 18th, sorry, January 18th, 2010. This is exhibit J5.
Yes. Yes. They support her. The family, yes. His family, yeah. They're afraid of her.
Do you see exhibit J5 in front of you there?
Yes.
That's an email between you and your husband, January 18th, 2010, right?
Yes.
And this is from you, right? Drake, fam of 6, email to your husband, Brian Drake, at drbdrake@yahoo.com, right?
Yes.
Stupidest email ever.
And it says, it looks like the message from you said, well, it looks like you're responding. If you look at the timestamps, right, the one below from your husband to you is timestamped 11:18 a.m., right?
Yes.
But if you go to the one above's in military time to make it nice and confusing. But it looks like it's 20:52, which would be about 10:52 in the evening, right?
No, 8:52.
Okay.
I mean, do you understand the military time, 20:52?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be 8:52?
Oh,
Yes.
you're right. It would be.
Yes.
See, I don't understand military time, apparently. So about 8:52 that evening, you responded to him, right? Does that look like that's accurate?
Yes.
He had emailed you, it looks like maybe some scripture at 11:18 a.m., right?
Yes.
And you responded, you were appreciative of him sending that. That's fair to say, right?
Yes.
And said, at some point at the end, you say, at some point, I'd like to pick up and move across the nation where nobody knows us and start over. So at this point in time, at January 18th of 2010, you wanted to pick up and start over?
According to this letter.
Well, do you remember having that sentiment?
I don't remember this email.
Do you remember really wanting to leave Texas during that time?
Well, I remember wanting to leave Texas, or else we would have never left Texas.
Because you call the fucking
So,
shots,
for
Jen.
whatever reasons, there were a lot of reasons why we wanted to leave Texas.
So it was your decision, not your husband's, to leave Texas?
100% both of our decisions. I
Oh.
would have never left Texas unless he was 100% on board.
Oh, now it's like that.
All right, I'm going to show you another email. It is dated
Put a 1 in chat if you were on this jury and you heard her testifying, if you would be like, yeah, she's so fucking credible.
well, it's exhibit J6. So this is, the way this reads, as sometimes happens with emails, it looks like the first email from you to your husband, Brian Drake, is kind of in the center of that big paragraph on the page. And you see that, you may see in the center of that, underneath that long underline on that exhibit, there's a reference to Brian Drake. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it was from you, right? The Drake Fam of 6 at Gmail.
Yes.
Sent on February 8th at 5:37, right?
Yes.
If you just want to take a second to review that and tell me if you remember sending that to your husband.
This is
Do you
gonna.
remember this?
Oh shit! Here
Do you
we go.
remember visiting or getting information from a place called the Affair Recovery Center?
That's the counselor we had.
Okay. So you don't remember getting this email and sending it to your, or this message and sending it to your husband by email in February of 2010?
No.
It's the subject of, it is for all, let's see, for all hurt women only. So you don't remember sending this. Do you have any recollection of the sentiment that you had at the time you sent this to him?
No.
Why you would send this to him?
No. I don't even really get what it's saying.
Do you see yourself as a hurt woman?
I wouldn't have used that term. No.
How about a betrayed spouse?
No. I was not a betrayed spouse, but
That's what it says.
my husband was dealing with a friend who had had an affair with his wife and was also in counseling. A lot of times they would talk about things.
Oh, so
Okay. So in the response, which is we see at the top of the paragraph, it sounds like your husband says to you, "I'm trying to say this in love, but this forwarded ARC email is crap if you think it's supposed to hold water with me." So it doesn't sound like you sent it to him to help him counsel someone else.
I don't know why I sent this. I don't know where it's from. I don't know anything about this email.
Okay.
Jen. Oh my god, dude, you're insane. Like I didn't think like that you were this level insane. But like you run the show, Jen. You called the shots
So
on March 12th. I know you did.
since you filed this lawsuit in November of 2020, correct?
I don't know.
If you don't remember, it's okay. We have a court record of it, but does that sound right? About
November 2020. Sure.
a little less than 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did so when my client was still being prosecuted for allegedly committing the murder of your husband, Brian Drake, right?
Yes.
And during that, after you filed the lawsuit or the time period you were filing the lawsuit, did you create Facebook posts or Facebook page?
Yes.
Tell us about what Facebook pages or posts, just the pages first. What pages you created? Tell us the names of the pages.
I only created one.
What's that called?
Justice for Brian Drake and the Bonners Ferry community.
She made a Facebook page.
How did you come up with that name?
Or she made a Facebook group.
Myself.
She created her own group.
When did you start that that Facebook page?
I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. It's after Brian died.
Okay. Did you have other Facebook accounts besides this one that you created whenever you created that?
No.
Did you have a family, personal one before you opened this one?
Yes.
Okay, what is that one?
Brian Jennifer Drake.
Have you made posts or published comments in the Justice for Brian Drake and the Bonners Ferry Community Facebook account since you opened it about my client?
Yes. I have never mentioned your client by name.
Have you published documents that reference my client by name?
Yes. Public documents.
Which ones?
I'd have to go back and look.
And you've referred to those documents and made comments about them as they relate to my client, right?
Yes. Once again, I've never mentioned your client.
You also post commentary about who your husband was, right?
Yes, I have.
In any of those posts, and we're talking about well, you can tell me if it's any of your Facebook pages, but did you ever indicate in your Brian Jennifer Drake Facebook page that your husband was a pornography addict?
I'm going to object to that question. You don't have to answer it. That's abusive. It's harassment. She's not going to answer that question. That's a ridiculous question.
What?
And it's argumentative, it's unfair, and it's uncivil.
What?
Okay. Did you ever post anything about some of the troubles you've had with your husband?
Ever in my life?
Jill Bolton, I love you.
I don't know. I have to go back.
When you made reference to my client being well, let me rephrase that. Have you ever publicly disclosed that your husband had abused you?
I'm going to object to the former question. Is this back to the Facebook post?
Yes.
This is the face. I'm referring to Facebook posts.
I'm going to instruct the witness to not answer the question. It's harassment.
Okay.
It's great.
Did you portray your husband as someone different than who you actually knew him to be?
No.
Did you disclose any of his moral failures?
Object to the former question. Instruct the witness to not answer. It's harassment.
Is there a certain image you want the community to have of you and your family that you post in the Facebook community, either your personal Facebook account or Justice for Brian Drake in the Bonners Ferry community?
Everything that I post online is true.
Oh. What image do you believe that your Facebook posts portray of your family?
The truth of who we are.
Holy
Which
rollers.
which is what?
That's a really, really broad statement. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. Do you portray that you're a Christian family?
I talk about my faith.
Did you portray in those posts that your husband was a good Christian?
I believe my husband was a good Christian.
So my question, do you portray in your posts that that's who he was, is a good Christian man?
Yes, I would say that I do.
She can't be
Do
for
you believe
real.
your husband conformed with the tenets of your religion?
To the best of his abilities, yes.
In what way did he fall short or?
That's an ambiguous question. We could stay here all day if we talked about the sins of each other. I'm not going to go down the road of the sins of my husband.
Well,
like
you
everybody
don't get
else.
to make that decision. Can you answer my question, please?
Again, I don't know how to answer.
You don't
that.
get to
want me
make that
start
call,
at the
Jen.
top of his sins and start
Yes,
listing
please
them
do.
down.
Yeah,
Please do.
No,
please start.
I don't think
I'm
that's
not going to do that.
counsel.
We can start with thou shalt
Your
not kill,
husband
bitch.
has had extramarital relations.
No, he has not.
Your husband has
Never had an extramarital relationship.
issues with pornography or had issues.
Objection. I'm going to instruct the witness to answer the questions. We spent several hours talking about pornography. At some point, and I respect the fact that you're representing your client and you're doing your job, but at some point it just gets to be too much. And it's, while you may not intend it, it's harassment. I think you've got the answers to that question in spades.
Do you hope to portray to the community that that there were no other reasons for anyone to have concerns about your husband other than what you're posting in your Facebook post?
Object to the form of the question.
Jesus. Of
Say that
course.
again.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm wondering is, do you hope to garner sympathy in the community with your posts?
No,
Yeah,
Then
you
why do
do.
you make them?
Look at her smiling.
I want the world to know the truth
I
About what?
and everything. Anything that's on my heart.
Your truth.
Well, isn't that what everybody's Facebook page is? Their own truth?
Oh. This isn't her old Facebook page. This is a group that she made that people think like Bonner's Berry is running.
At the time of your husband's death, did you receive a $1 million life insurance payment?
Fuck yes! Go.
Shortly after his death.
Get her.
Around April 3rd of 2020, correct?
I don't know the date, but it's somewhere. Somewhere within the month or two.
Have you used some of that money to engage in a public relations campaign?
Yep. A PR campaign.
No.
That's Dan Moore.
I haven't.
Yeah, you have.
Okay.
We'll get you. We got you. I called the titty clip. Show her how many times she called for insurance. Let her see that.
So I want to go back to, we played this a while back, Exhibit I can play it again if you need to hear it again. But you made reference to your husband, Brian, having his secret wars. Do you know what you meant by that?
I already answered that question.
Porn.
Do you remember my answer?
I don't.
I said his pornography and his anger.
Okay.
Okay. And you said you wouldn't have stayed in a marriage like that. Marriage like what?
Pornography and anger.
Exactly.
Marriage that, I'm not sure I get.
It didn't change. It didn't change.
Didn't change
Didn't
from,
want, in other words, a marriage that somebody's not going to work on their anger or turn away from pornography.
okay. Did you have any ability to support yourself if you had gotten a divorce when you discovered the pornography?
I could have gone back to work. I had a bachelor's degree.
Did you have concerns about being able to support your family if you divorced?
I never thought about it.
You seem to indicate, again, in that clip we played previously, and again, if you want me to play it again, I can, but that you had this intense counseling and all of Brian's faults seem to be gone after that. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
My husband still had faults.
Okay. You kind of made this division when you talked to police between Brian in Texas versus Brian in Idaho.
Yes.
So how were they different?
So our two things that really defined our hard times between our relationship in that season was pornography and anger. My husband and I got a lot of help in that area. By the time we moved up here with different circumstances, much help, things changed. We did not battle those problems anymore.
Okay.
Doesn't mean my husband was never angry. He was a depraved human just like everybody else. We still had our battles, but it was different. We had grown from it. My husband had more self-control. He had grown and learned a lot, as did I.
Okay. So you felt like the counseling process then that you went through was very successful.
I thought it was very helpful.
Okay, I want to show you an exhibit. It's Exhibit K. This is a 2-page document. Do you have Exhibit K in front of you?
We do.
Do you recognize what this is?
No.
Do you recognize your own handwriting?
Yes. I don't know what this is from.
What's the reconnect process?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. Where did this come from?
This came from the records gathered by police. Do you remember filling out this form? Was this like because you and your husband were going to do counseling at your church? Or did you try to get into counseling yourselves again?
We did not have any counseling since we had moved here.
Okay. So this is dated March 30th of 2019, right?
Wait. Hold on with the question. I need to figure out what this is.
Jill Bolton just jumps to 2019 like, here you go. Let's talk about it.
Go ahead.
This is dated March 30th, 2019, right?
Yes.
And you say you don't know what the reconnect process is?
Come on, Jen, you know.
No, I'm trying to figure out where this came from.
Okay, well, I'm not asking that. I'm just asking you, do you know what the reconnect process is?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you.
So you don't remember filling out this form just a few years ago?
I do not.
Well, let me take you to page 2 and ask you if this is your handwriting.
Nope. Stop. I know where this is from.
Okay.
This is something that we taught. We taught couples. We were helping somebody with a beta test. We were helping them put together a program to help others.
Who's them?
Brian and I were helping. I remember this now. Dave and Marla Schaff started a marriage program to help other people, and they asked us to be teachers. So they asked us to be the beta test, to sit and help people in trouble because we've gone through things. And so they were saying, put yourself in this position of what you've learned in the past and help us to create a program that will help others. And it was one evening in their home, and that's it.
That's it.
Okay. And he was trying to explain to us this reconnect process, and he wanted our feedback on how to go about with these questions. He said, like, how can we better do our program to help others?
Exactly.
Who is he?
Dave Schaff.
You guys write the program.
And how did you know him?
From the church. Well, mainly from the church, but really he's the parents of some really good friends of ours.
On the second page, it says, feel free to write more, and you wrote more, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say, when we were in a rough place years ago, we started with a counselor who dealt a lot with feelings, and it helped us none, right?
Right.
You then say we needed to get straight to the core of some issues, right?
Yes.
So that's something you wrote in March of 2019, right?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently. Like, guess what? Whoever we talked to, they wanted us to talk about our feelings, and it didn't help at all. That is not what you need to do. This is how you need to do things. Fuck our feelings. This woman is amazing. I'm telling you, Jennifer, please, can we make a documentary together? Please, Jennifer. I fucking love you, Jennifer. I just want us to do a
I
documentary.
guess what I want to just make sure I understand is whether you, and you know, we're all human, we all have our faults, but did you encounter some serious concerns or problems with your marriage after you left Texas?
No, none.
Can you put yourself straight?
No, I'm sorry.
Did you not discover any ongoing evidence of intimate images of you taken without your consent after you moved to Idaho?
No.
Did you consent to all images that were taken of you after you moved to Idaho?
I mean, he had photos that I allowed more, videos that I allowed more.
What do you mean by allowed more?
This is unbelievable.
Well, I told him it was okay.
So like you consented as the photos were taken, or you were okay with him taking photos when you didn't know?
I consented to a little bit of both. We would take videos in the bedroom.
What?
And some I knew, some I didn't, or I would see later.
Mm-hmm.
But we came to a place that we were okay with that.
Really?
And he was more open with it. And
So he was more open with it, is that what you said?
yes, he was more open with it because I was more open with it.
Okay. So
This is
I'm going to show you a couple things.
This is amazing.
I'm going to show you, what I'll tell you is there's a couple of videos that are sensitive, but we've locked out any reference to any of your body. It's kind of blurred. So I'm going to show you a couple of videos. This is Exhibit L. I'm going to ask you if this was something taken with your consent.
She is giving the deaths.
Are you about to show a sexual video of me and my husband?
No. Sure. So
What the fuck is going on?
this, let's go to 12/26/2017.
12/26/2017. That's the day after Christmas. What is going on?
Do you remember when that was taken? If you could say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken? I said the date.
I
Right when
don't
I
know.
introduced.
I don't know the date. I just remember.
Where were you?
At my sister's house
Where's that?
in Montana.
Kalispell.
Yes.
Does that sound right? The date we show on it is 12/26/17. Does that sound right?
It could have been last week. I don't know.
It could have been last week. He's been dead
I
for
don't
2
know.
years, 3 years.
If you say 17, then
What a fucking
17.
idiot.
Did you see that it was your husband that was videotaping you?
yes. What I'm saying is it could have been 10 years ago. It could have been 5. They've been in that house for a long time. I don't know what year that would have been.
Okay. So you come in and you seemed a little bit perturbed because you saw he was videotaping you.
Yes.
So by 2017, he was videotaping you, and it still made you upset sometimes?
I don't know. I just asked him to stop videoing. I was in my bathrobe. That does not mean anything to me right there.
Okay. Let's show her the April 9th of 2019.
Oh, 2019. What was it?
Pocket.
May I have a reference for the first exhibit?
Yeah, 12/26/17.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
How to polish your grapes for men. Yeah. She's gonna think you took her spot. chicken and cheese, cheese.
So do you know anything about that video?
Yes, I remember that video.
Was that at your house in Idaho?
Yes, that's Post Falls.
Okay. And your husband's taking a video from his pocket, it looks like.
Yeah. And he came and showed it to me the next day. Laughed because of my butt.
So he took that because he wanted to capture your butt?
I don't know why he did it. Actually, it brings me a good memory.
So he took photos to capture you. Is that what he told you? He wanted to capture you in that?
I don't remember why he took that one. I mean, usually it's because there's, truth be told, thousands of videos in there. There's hundreds of my children, hundreds of our home, and then there's hundreds of me.
Well, I'm just wondering, is that one that he took with your consent?
I just told you afterwards we talked a lot about this, where there are some that he didn't, but I always ended up seeing all of them on his phone because he knew he took any photo or any video and I had the right to see any of them.
Oh,
Okay.
So
Let's do the bathroom sink 4919.
oh yeah, this is a good one. 4919. 49.
Is this also L?
This is all part of L. You can call this one the phone on the bathroom sink or recorder on bathroom sink.
Could you let me know fast forward or just type it?
It's a relatively long video of you in the shower.
you don't need to show it.
I want to show you a particular part of it, and we'll go to where it is at 1 minute.
We don't want to see any images of our client unclothed.
I understand, and we blocked it out.
We don't want to see her naked, you damn it. I'm over here like, wait, what the fuck is Jill doing?
So I get your point. I don't have to watch this whole thing for you to ask me the question.
What's the question?
What's your question on this?
Please listen, because I want to ask you some questions about what you're talking about on this. Let's start
What
over.
we're talking about?
Let's
Yeah.
go ahead and start over at the beginning, and then we'll fast forward to 1 minute. So just start at the beginning, and we'll fast forward to 1 minute.
This is so
I
good.
think I think it'd be appropriate to let her know how long she's going to have to look at a video of herself in the shower.
It shouldn't
and
be very
her
long.
husband.
I want us to do the starting part, and then we'll do it total maybe 20 seconds. But I'd like you to listen because I have some questions about the exchange on the video.
It's really
Do you
important.
need the video, or if you're so concerned about what's on the video with respect to what they're saying, why don't you just play the audio of it?
Yeah, I think the video speaks a lot about how this is being set up, and I want to ask her about her knowledge of it.
Okay.
It's okay, Jen, you can have a pickle because you're a big deal. This is an emotional support pickle. You got it, Jen. How about the lawyers can just close their fucking eyes?
Okay, we can stop it there,
Mm-hmm.
and now go forward to 1 minute.
Carrie,
The charger. It's the charging pad. Like a.
So like the same thing you put into
It's a portable charger.
right? What was wrong with
The connection is so when I plug it in, it charges for about 2 minutes and then it clicks off. Then stay on.
You can stop it.
he just,
So you hear that you asked your husband, what's a Mobi?
what's a Mobi?
Okay.
Did you ever find out what that was?
Mobi.
I don't remember what a Mobi is.
Yeah, you do.
A Mobi is a digital camera, isn't it?
I don't know.
So, did he share with you that video right after he took it?
Truth be told, I have a lot of our naked photos and videos and everything before he ever died. So yes, I was aware of that video.
That one in particular?
That one in particular.
Why did you care about what recording devices he had if you were all okay with him doing that?
Just because we were okay doesn't mean that I didn't ever question it.
Why did you question it?
If he had a device I didn't know about?
Yeah.
Well, because he did have a season of pornography. So like we were talking about earlier, I would still look on his things. If there was an electronic device I didn't know what it was, I would ask him about it.
So again, in the context of season of pornography, how is this not part of a season of pornography, what we just saw?
Because that was an agreement we made between the two of us. Once we got through that, not only did it was a lot more rare, but we both consensually had videos of ourselves, of each other, of together, both of us. And when he would do ones, he said, anything I put on here, you have the ability and the pin to anything that I look at or anything that I do. I would get on and I would see videos, I would see photos that were never concerned to me because we came to a place.
She never knew that he put on the Hidden Eye app. So she's saying all of this shit, not knowing that his phone took photographs of her trying to break into his phone the night before his murder. Fuck you, Jen. We gotcha. I gotcha. I found that shit. Pop, pop.
I allowed him. Said you could.
Do you remember telling the Idaho State Police that you hadn't seen anything for 10 years?
Oh, no. What I said was this wasn't a problem for 10 years. What I said was this isn't an issue anymore. We don't end up with all these things that I don't see. I have not once since we've moved here have I ended up finding something that was contentious between him and I in any pornography. And this was something we moved forward in. So just the difference of our parameters, which was part of our counseling.
So
I agree to it.
So you came to accept that he was doing this?
Exactly.
In some things, yes.
And you
I
started
did.
to engage.
Okay.
And you started to groom. Who'd you guys groom?
Let's show you. Well, just to clarify then, you knew that he had images, pornographic images of you on his phone.
I'm going to object to the
Or
use
other
of
devices?
It's not pornography.
Okay.
It's not pornography.
Images.
Do you know the definition? Well, I can ask you a question.
You know what pornography
Okay, let's stop. Do you?
Please don't refer to their intimate
Yeah.
marital
Okay,
relation as
so the
pornographic.
photographs of you.
That is so offensive. No matter what you think, their intimate relationships are not pornographic.
Okay, so the
So please don't use that word.
images of you without clothes on were on his devices at the time of his death?
Yes, 100%.
Which devices?
Any of them. He had a phone. He had, I think, an iPad at the time. Or maybe it was a Kindle.
Did he share those with anyone else?
Not that I'm aware of. No. I've never shared them with anyone else.
Okay. Had you okayed him doing that?
No. Not
All
to
right.
share them with anyone else, no.
So, do you remember a time period after you moved to Idaho where your husband would sometimes ask you to send, photos of yourself?
Yeah. He was in Bonner's Ferry a lot. So I did occasionally.
Okay. And so again, I just want to make sure I understand. We will separate it out. Pornography would, in your mind, is images of other women or people.
Yes.
Not you, right?
100%, yes.
And images of you were okay,
Yes.
but images of others, pornography, was not okay with you.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to show you, what did you do to make sure he wasn't having issues then with pornography?
He just had filters on his phone.
What do you mean?
In 2019?
He had an app called it wasn't accountable to you. It's a well-known app. I'll have to go back and look.
What was it?
It's an app that sends, whether he had accountability partners. Again, I think he was still in accountability with Matt Carter for years after he came here. And if anything objectionable came up, it would be sent to his accountability partners. I had passcodes to both or all three of his modalities. He had a work phone, a regular phone, and I think it was an iPad or a Kindle or something. And I had passwords so I could get into it any time. It was one of the counselors that said that, if any time I asked him for his phone, he handed it over.
You fucking lying
And
bitch.
It was never a problem. He never bucked
You
back.
fucking sick
I
pig.
just want to make sure I understand what you mean by filters.
You
Maybe
fucking
don't know
liar.
exactly what it was, but the filters on the phone and accountability partners. So are you suggesting that there were filters that would send alerts to someone if you tried to access certain prohibited websites?
Yeah, like websites or words, it would just let them know, or it would send them a report, once a week, and vice versa. Brian did it for other men as well. And they would just know that whatever they were looking at was also being held accountable to other men, and they would all hold each other accountable to that.
So, and you don't know what the name of that filter was?
I could go back and look. I know right now I use Accountable to You with my kids. It's a well-known one. If you said it, I would know it, but I'll have to go back and look.
Okay. So,
It's like a VPN or something.
and were you involved with any feedback from his accountability partners? Did you communicate with them?
No, but it was always healthy that the wife did not have to hold the husband accountable. I always had full access. I could always ask any questions I wanted. I could even ask them, but he had a good heart. His intention was to do what was right.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
I trusted him.
No, you didn't.
I'm just going to show you an exhibit. It's our exhibit M. And okay, exhibit M. No. Yes. Okay.
This dude couldn't take a shit without her knowing.
The relevant portions of this. So this is, when the police do an investigation, they extract data from your text messages, right? But I want to
literally have pictures of my boobs all over here.
I want to ask you about some specific questions at the end of this.
Unbelievable.
If you look at, these don't have page numbers on them, I don't think, unless they're handwritten page numbers.
She is so appalled that there's pictures of her on this exhibit, but she's not appalled that her husband was fucking murdered. It's crazy.
Are there any page numbers on the bottom of that?
No.
So let's start from the back. This is the easiest way. Last page. You go back 1, 2 pages.
If you have any type of an addiction, you don't feed it.
I'm going to ask a question in aid of objection. Is that all right with you, counsel?
Sure.
The images that you've seen in this exhibit, are they of you?
Yes, they are.
And are they of certain sexual parts of your anatomy?
Yes, they are. They're ones that I sent him. There's nothing in here that is of question. They are all ones that I texted back and forth. That you're literally putting all over these pages.
So my question, my objection is that we've been talking about pornography, and we know that pornography is not something that is between a husband and wife, and now here we are displaying Jennifer Gregg's sexual anatomy to all of us and to a court reporter, which will become a part of the record in this case. And the very concept that she's had to discuss throughout this deposition in various points, and which is very sad and embarrassing for her.
Is there an objection? Because this sounds
I'm
like a
just
lot of
about done.
speaking, and I don't hear any objection under the rules of
I'm
evidence.
just about done.
Yes, Jill. Tell him he can
It
testify
seems as
later.
if we're doing the same thing with this approach. And so I object to the use of this exhibit. This exhibit should be withdrawn from this record. I don't have any objection if you ask her questions about it, if we don't look at it, and without her consent, because she hasn't consented to anybody looking at pictures of her anatomy. I'm really troubled by portraying her sexual anatomy in this case. And so I would have requested you, if you want to look at the exhibit, you want to answer questions about it, that we not use it, we don't make it part of the record.
Okay. Let me ask you some questions about it, and we can talk about how we can perhaps redact out the photographs on the exhibit and keep it an exhibit, and we can bring it back next week. We'll show it to you again next week, Exhibit M, but let's talk about just some of the content, not the photographs.
Well, maybe what we ought to do, and not to obstruct your plan, is to take the exhibit now, maybe take a few minutes break, take a marker, redact the photos. As soon as she confirms that they're all of her, that's what you want her to do, and redact those now, and then you can have at it.
Yeah, well, okay, we can authenticate it that way first, and we'll agree to redact the photos.
Can we take our afternoon break while you do that?
Sure. Just
She has
will
the
you verify then,
authenticator
Ms. Drake,
tips.
that you these are photographs. It's kind of what we call sexting, I guess, right? You sent your
Texting.
husband photos of yourself, and he sent some of himself, right?
I don't see any in here of him.
Because he never did.
Which one?
Oh, yeah.
Send me those
So,
breasts.
They're not of
Jen.
anyone else?
No.
Is that right?
No, these are all me.
Okay. So we can do that. We'll take a break. We're happy to black out those they're little tiny thumbnails, so we'll black them out.
Tiny thumbnails.
The time is 3:06. We are now back on the record.
So we're back with a revised version of Exhibit M. We've redacted out all those photographs. But I want to ask you just a couple questions about this exhibit. Did you, obviously we know from our discussions earlier that you would sometimes send, photographs of yourself with your husband intended for his eyes, right?
Yes.
And he would sometimes send photos of himself to you.
Yes.
Did it bother you that when he asked you to send photos of yourself to him?
No.
I want to direct your attention to, again, I'm sorry there's no page numbers on this, so we're going to have to just flip through these. So go past page 1. And I want to ask you a question about, so this is from back server, the next, page 3.
Okay.
And there's a message, it looks like February 1 of 2016. From 512-626-3618. Whose phone is that?
Mine.
Okay, and this, did you communicate with your husband sometimes over his work phone?
Yes, work and private.
Did you sometimes send these kind of messages over his work phone?
I don't remember.
Okay. I can represent to you that these were extracted by law enforcement from your husband's work phone. February 1st, 2016, at the bottom, it says, I hope you are not succumbing to the temptation that an unprotected phone brings you.
Wait, did you see
So tell me, you wrote that to your husband?
It looks like it, yes.
And what was your concern at that point in 2016?
Well, probably like I told you, the secret wars doesn't mean that they're gone forever. I'm aware that at any time it could happen again.
Okay. So you would check in periodically like you did here?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you say
I was probably joking, but I don't know. I just
okay.
I don't think I was real serious.
When you say unprotected phone, what do you mean?
Like no filter, no accountability, no,
So did he not have accountability or filters at this point?
Oh, I don't know what I meant there. I don't know. This was in 2016. Maybe we had stopped him by then. I don't remember. It really became to where it wasn't a worry anymore. I don't know at what point we really stopped with I don't remember what the app was. I really would have to go back, but it really did become a non-issue. And so
would it have caused you concern if he started going back to some of those pornography websites?
Oh yeah, we
He
would
did.
probably have to go back and get some more help again.
Okay, so
He was porning it up the
we're
day
that
he was
was page
murdered.
3. I want you to flip over that page, and then another page, and then another page, and we should get to the date 4/6 of 2016. It should look like my page. There's a redacted at the top, and then it's
Okay.
yes, I think you got it. Okay, so
This is so funny.
this you made a comment to your husband. I hope you still love me when they're not that perfect. And we were talking about, he was complimenting you, and you made that comment back to him.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So that's kind of a reference point. Go now to the next page.
Okay.
The second entry there on that day, and it looks like it's August 11th, 2016. There's a message sent to you from your husband, right?
Okay.
And this is a 3618 number. That's to you, right?
Yes.
And your husband says, hint, if you don't send me your boobs today, I swear I'll drive this car right into a tree. I might do it anyway. Who's joking about that? I take it, or is that how you took it?
Yeah, I took it. That's a joke. And then I said hint. He was joking. He said that's great.
Then 2 entries after that, you indicate this is at 7:28 a.m. It's like I want to go on record to say how much I hate sending. You wrote book pictures. Just saying. You obviously meant something other than books. But did you not like sending your husband pictures of yourself?
Where are we at?
So we just read the one about the hint.
Yes.
And then go down 1, 2, the last entry on that page.
Okay.
You said,
Oh, boob pictures.
yeah.
Well, he thought my boobs were great. I didn't.
And did you not like sending him pictures?
It's not that I didn't like sending them. He loved them. I loved making him happy. I loved making him happy.
Okay.
That's what he wanted. I'd send them. I didn't like my boobs. He did.
Okay. You tell him that I pray that someday you'll appreciate my brain and heart as much as my boobs.
Yep. Because he really loved my boobs.
Okay. But you wish you respected things other than that?
No, I think you're reading into it.
Okay. So if you go now past that page where we just read and to the next page, you see at the top, we've got a little marker that says porn searches.
Okay.
I want you to just look at those entries and tell me if you knew about those searches.
Wait for the titles of these.
No.
Do you recognize that those are searches for pornography?
Imagine they are.
Okay.
What tipped you off?
It kind of says what the sites are, but a lot of the sites are names like Big Boobs and Pasties, things like that, right?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. And that goes on for 1, 2, about 3 pages there, right?
During the middle of the day. That's why he has that big
Actually,
gap.
4 pages.
4 straight pages of just Google searches of what? Boobs and pasties.
Right?
Yes.
So in 2016, your husband was still, from his phone records at least, looks like he was looking at pornography on the web, right?
According to this, yes.
I want to show you another exhibit. This is exhibit M1.
M1, okay.
There's no photographs on this one.
M1
Um,
exhibit.
This is an extraction also that law enforcement did from your husband's work phone, and this is actually on March 12th of 2020.
March 12th of 2020, the day of his murder.
Have you ever heard of a source website called xvideos.com?
Ooh.
No.
So do you know if that's, or does this appear to you to be a website for that has videos, pornographic videos?
I know nothing about this.
Okay. All right.
Is that right? Get the fuck out of here, Jen. You didn't look at his search history? Porn was never a problem, Jennifer. Let's be honest.
Within approximately a month before your husband died, did you know that he had Google on his phone?
Yes.
And was him having Google on his phone a concern to you?
Before he died?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I remember there was a point where we had it taken off. I thought we put everything back on. I thought he was. It kind of became a non-issue, so I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay, let's move on. We talked a little bit about your communications with police, and we talked about the recorded interviews, some of which we played today, but I wanted to ask you, were there occasions during the course of the investigation of your husband's homicide, and I suppose that would be ongoing today, right? That the homicide investigation is ongoing?
Yes.
Were there times that law enforcement has met with you and taken statements or questioned you that were not recorded that you're aware of?
No.
Did you have Michael Van Leuven, the detective with the Idaho State Police, who's the lead investigator on your husband's case? Did you have access to call him directly?
If I wanted to, yes.
Did you text him sometimes?
Yes, very rarely. I think I put that all in Discovery.
Okay. So let's see if we can just get some time frames for that. I want to understand, are you continuing to have text messaging even to this day with him?
No.
When was the last time approximately that you texted Michael Van Leuven or any Idaho State Police officer about your husband's case?
Year and a half, maybe.
Okay. It's been about a year and a half.
Yeah, don't quote me on that. I'd have to look at my phone, but it's been a long time.
Okay. And I kind of limited it to Idaho State Police, but have you been in touch with any other law enforcement officers besides them about your case since your husband died?
Marty Ryan.
Okay. And was he somebody you had access to text him, his phone number?
Yes, I had his direct line.
And when was the last time you recalled texting or talking with him on the phone?
Right after the rewards campaign was put up.
Okay. And can you tell me about that communication with Marty Ryan?
He just mentioned that he, I called him and asked him a question. Forget what it was. But after he saw the news, he texted me and just said, I know that that was hard to do and I'm sorry you had to do it.
Did you send us a copy of that text message?
Yes, that was all in my discovery.
Okay.
So it's been about 6 months.
Okay. Okay, this one's just a little bit trickier because I have them marked the same, but I'm gonna write on one is going to be Exhibit N1, and the second one's going to be N2. So here's N1 and N2, and the one on top. Oh. Hold on. I think I need an N3 too. Okay.
I think these are both the same. One's colored, one's not.
It's one of these
Oh,
for us.
thank you. I think you have the hot copy of those. Okay.
He doesn't have the top copy though.
Okay, so let me give you the
I have
top
an
copy.
N1 and
That should be N1. There's multiple separately stapled documents, so I'm going to give them separate numbers. So the top one, which is just the typewritten one, is N1. You have that?
Yes.
The one below that is going to be N2. And the one below that is going to be N. Oh, now I'm just totally confused. N3. Oh, okay, good. Okay, so here's N3. Here's N3. Do you have N1 and N2?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I got it sorted out. So let's start with N1, which is, do you recognize this, first of all, N1?
Recognize what?
This document. Do you know where this came from?
No.
N1. So you said you gave me all this stuff in Discovery. This, I can tell you that this was, this is what we got from you in Discovery. And it's got, at the bottom, remember I talked about those Bates numbers? It's got Drake 00384 through Drake 00386, right?
Right.
So that indicates it came from your attorneys to me in Discovery. Was this something that you typed up?
No, I just copy and pasted.
What do you mean?
You asked for my text, so I just copy and pasted.
Can you just walk me through how you did that?
I get onto my phone and I copy it. I just click copy and then paste it onto a document.
So you pasted it onto like a Word document?
Yeah, I know I didn't type it. So
Okay.
I had to just copy and paste it. That's what you asked for.
That's what I
Right.
wanted to know. So normally when we see text messages, they look like what is at Exhibit N2,
Oh,
right? They
oh,
look
I
like
see.
this, right?
oh, yeah, no, I just took them and just beep, 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 and then put them all into one.
Okay. So the problem, the
That's
concern I
probably
have,
why you don't, because it doesn't have dates or times, right? Is that what you're saying?
right? So that's why I'm trying to understand what this is.
Did you get that from me or from him? Are you sure you got this from me?
I got it from your attorneys.
Oh. I must have copied and pasted because I know I didn't type anything out. I didn't have time.
Okay, so when you created this exact exhibit, which is N1, did you copy every text message between you and Marty Ryan?
To my knowledge, yes. I can always go back and look. I don't have it with me.
And
But to my knowledge, I put on here everything that I had. I can definitely go back and compare this to that.
okay, and everything that maybe you had between you and Mike Van Liven, I assume? If you look at page 2.
She tried to make a Word document.
Yeah, I guess. If this is Mike.
Okay.
It must be. I'm sorry I don't have on here who and when. I apologize about that. I don't
All right,
know
well,
that.
let's look at the other exhibits because maybe those will help us understand a little bit more of the communication. So let's go to exhibit N2, which does yours look like this, N2, with the red?
No, that's in 3.
Okay, thank you. N2 is this one?
Yes.
Okay. So would you take a moment and look at the pages of that and tell me if that looks like messages between you and Mike Van Leeuwen?
Yes.
So tell me the nature of the relationship you had with Detective Van Leeuwen during the investigation. Were you somebody that you spoke with him regularly, involved in the investigation, or what was the relationship like?
No, he usually only called me if he had questions.
Okay. So I asked you, right, if all of your conversations were recorded, do you know if he recorded the conversations he had when he called and asked you questions?
Yes, he only called me in those 2 or 3 times. And then there was 1 or 2 phone calls. Other than that, I don't ever remember him initiating a meeting or a phone call.
Okay. And there were any other ways that you communicated with law enforcement involved in the investigation of your husband's death besides text or in-person meetings?
No.
I know email.
Email.
Email and phone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think there was 1 or 2. Yes. If I had to send them bank records or something they wanted to email, or it was always text or email. It was always a phone.
So in looking at why don't you go ahead and look through exhibit N3 as well and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes.
Okay.
He's the familiar.
So go back to N1 and tell me, do you think you captured everything that is in N2 and N3 on your N1?
No, that doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
What'd you do,
Doesn't
Jen?
make sense. Do you not understand my question?
Did I give you this?
No, I'm giving it to you now. I've given it to your attorneys. It's got our Bates numbers at the bottom.
You tried to lie, Jen. We
And you're
caught
telling
you.
me that all I've turned in to you guys is this?
Yep.
That's what I got from you.
Yeah.
No,
That can't be right.
It says our Bates number at the bottom.
oh, that one's yours?
Yeah, I can say
Okay,
this.
so this is yours.
Yeah.
N2. So N2 and N1
Are ours.
are yours, and N3 is ours.
Okay.
So, and the reason I included N3 is because we don't see what's on N3 and N2 or N1.
Right.
So I'm just wondering
Greedy
how we
fucking-
maybe missed
These
it.
lawyers are all greedy, man.
I don't know. I'd have to comb through each of these pages. I just sincerely thought that I sent you everything that I had.
Okay,
I have nothing to hide with the ISB.
okay. So, and these, we have these not because you gave them to us or Mike Van Leeuwen did, but they were in the investigative file. that law enforcement compiled.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
I
So in essence, I will say this, you did give them to us because you gave us the investigative file that you got. So just to be
that's
clear.
why. Okay.
I have to
wanted
explain
to
that.
take a look
I
at,
have to explain that. Jennifer Drake had more of the defense's discovery than Dan Moore did. She had files that Dan Moore didn't even have. It's insane. The fucking Idaho State Police literally was handing this woman over a murder investigation, an active murder investigation. It would be like us watching the Idaho 4 case live happening in real time. And as fucking shit was happening, Jennifer Drake knew about it. Here, you want to hear your sister's interview? Here you go. Oh, wait, whose do you want? Oh, here you go. Here you go. Have the whole fucking file. Her husband's murder is unsolved. She used an open and active investigative discovery file to further a $1 million. I'm sorry, she ended up making $15 million in a law that she was basically awarded in a judgment. They gave her this to do a civil suit. All of these cops should be fired. And if you think that the attorney general is going to take something like this on, then Idaho is dumber than we give them credit for. That's why I put this out here. Jennifer Drake just went to social media again, and she's basically taunting the Moores and saying, oh, the attorney general is going to take this case on because look at the prosecutor passed it off to them. No, the prosecutor can't do shit with it. The prosecutor refuses to prosecute. Here, we're not doing anything with it. You want me to here, go ahead, attorney general. You think the attorney general is going to fucking take this? And are you out of your fucking mind? Your ass would be in the defense chair.
N3, this one with the color on it, and the first page. And
this is insane.
This is you contacting Mike Van Leuven, is that right?
Yes.
And you tell him that life insurance is about to call.
Yes.
Listen to this shit.
Why did you contact Mike Van Leuven about life insurance calling?
Because they told me that their last step was that they needed to call like the detective, and I gave them the detective's information.
Liar.
Okay. And you told him that you gave him a heads up that they were going to call.
Yeah, because it would have been
What Gary Tullison say on the same day? He turned down life insurance and said, we just got started with this. Like, nobody's ruled out as a suspect. She didn't like that answer. Then she calls Mike Van Leuven and she's like, get this fucking shit done. What does that fucking fat fuck do? He answers life insurance and he fucking says, oh yeah, she's been so cooperative and we have no reason to think that she has anything to do with this. And she was cut $1 million check in 3 weeks of her husband being murdered. You can't even get a car accident with a fender bender to cut you a fucking check in 3 fucking weeks. She got $1 million check on April 1st. Her husband was killed on March 12th. And she called for fucking life insurance 13 fucking times. Fuck you, Jen. Shame on you. Shame on you. And if Idaho goes ahead and prosecutes, you guys are wasting millions of dollars in tax money. How do you feel about that, Idaho? And I hope they fucking do it because I want your money to fucking burn. Lay it on fire.
no
Stupid.
number. So I wanted him to know
Idaho
that
is so fucking
my
dumb.
people are calling you.
Okay.
This case was solved in 20
All right,
minutes.
let's turn to the next
Here's
one,
your
which
fucking
is page
suspect,
19.
and Eldora Gatchel and her fucking little brother,
This
and her
is-
husband
this
and
goes back
his
in,
niece.
to April.
and then the 3 cops involved.
It doesn't have page numbers, does it? Oh, never good those.
Actually,
It's not actually page 19. It just says 19 on the bottom. Is that what you mean?
It has that Bates sequence at the
Oh,
bottom that has the 19 is the last number.
Jennifer Drake is in the clear for fraud, for insurance fraud because that has a 5-year statute of limitations. She committed insurance fraud in 2020. It's 2026. I swear to God, I've met some awesome people from Idaho, so I don't want to say it's everybody. But God, does Lori Vallow just scream to me in these things? And what's the other fucking broad's name? If Corey Richin can be found guilty with what the fuck they have. I mean, are you kidding me? It's unbelievable. This is just, oh, thank God I'm good with Lord. Thank God I'm good with myself. This is cringe as fuck.
Okay. So, and then you reach out to Mike Van Leuven and ask to stop by, right?
Yes.
You actually sent him several texts, it looks like, that weren't answered, at least on this.
Yeah, you were blowing him
That
up.
would happen many times because he'd end up out of town or was too busy. And if he didn't answer, I just didn't. Or sometimes I would go by anyway.
So on page 19, we see communications between you and Mike Van Leuven in April of 2020, right? Just you to him, I should say, right?
Yes.
And then you reach out again in June of 2020?
Mm-hmm.
If you say yes, please.
Yes.
Or no. The one at the bottom there, June 14th of 2020, you ask Mike Van Leuven to promise you that when the time comes, you will call me in and give me the news update before the information becomes public knowledge. So tell me what it is, what information you thought he should give you before it became public knowledge.
If we got anything from the reward campaign
Liar.
that I put out.
In 2020?
This is June of 2020.
Oh. So I'm asking him to please give me updates before information becomes public.
What information were you asking him to give you?
Any. That's why I would stop by his office. Is, do you have anything new? Do you have a
Who are you to get anything like that?
suspect? Do you have somebody that you've arrested? Do you have any information as to who killed my husband?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then on the next page, page 20, that's kind of a continuation of that last text, right? And you indicate, I have spoken to nobody but Bubba/Will.
Yeah.
Not another soul knows you have a lead from me anyway.
Right.
Please.
Interesting.
So tell me what you knew from law enforcement in June of 2020.
All I knew is that they had a suspect, and I knew nothing else. He literally wouldn't tell me anything. That's why I was saying, please tell me when you know more.
You're a liar.
Okay.
Before it became knowledge to everybody else, I just wanted to know. I just asked, and they did. John Kemp called me in as soon as they found out, and they sat me down and they told me what happened. And I appreciate that rather than it being public knowledge to everybody else first.
Okay, so July, keep going on to page 21.
John Kemp called you?
This is July 6th of 2020.
Fuck yeah. You guys hear that,
And you say,
Idaho?
hello, Sergeant, please tell me there will be an arrest this week.
Yes.
So why did you think that there might be an arrest that week?
They had a strong suspect. I would constantly say, please tell me you're going to arrest somebody this week.
You would constantly say?
No, you didn't.
Whenever I would talk to them, I would ask them, is anybody arrested yet?
That's what I'm trying to get at. So these are the text messages. We don't see any other messages about that. So how else would you communicate
I
with them?
just told you it was either by walking in or on the phone.
Okay.
And yes, I would ask them on a regular basis, please tell me that you have found somebody that has done this to my husband and my family.
Okay.
So that is me following up to say, please tell me that you're...
Okay, let's move to the next page, page 22. It looks like you write to him on August 21st, 2020 at 1:45 p.m. Okay. The principal at the Lakeland School. I will ask him if a press release news report will work. Tell me about that. What was that about?
The principal at the Lakeland School. I don't remember.
Were you working on a press release with Mike Van Leuven?
I think I asked him if they arrested somebody, would they be willing to do a press release?
She wanted to do a press conference, not a press
And I
release.
remember it was kind of one of them was yes, one of them was no. I don't remember why I would have asked about the Lakeland School. I don't remember that.
She wanted to use the school
So if you go
gym.
back, you see there's a kind of a break in these communications. If you go back to page 21 again, you see July 8th, 2020. It looks like Mike Van Leuven responds. He says, I'm very sorry. I can't go into all of, and the rest is cut off. And we didn't get it from you. So do you know what he said to you?
No, he's probably saying I can't go into all the details. You'll have to wait. They would tell me that several times.
So then we go back to that one we just talked about. Okay.
And that's next.
That's the next in any communications we got. between
No,
you and
that's,
Mike Finley.
yeah, that's a month later. That's not the same day.
Take a look at N1, which is what you gave us. And N2, and tell me if you see anywhere where that is explained. That discrepancy.
So did I give you one and then you asked for, this is what's happened. You guys asked for discovery and I gave you this, then you asked for supplemental, so I gave you the rest of them, right? So what you're saying is none of this is on any of mine?
That's what it appears to be. So I'm wondering where are all these messages and these.
I'm
You deleted
gonna have
them.
to take the time to look through this and corroborate that because I'm aware that I gave you everything that I had.
No.
So if it's not there, it means that my phone has disappeared them. I mean, you know how like after 200 texts, they disappear? They
No,
delete.
I don't know that.
My phone is set to after 200 texts, if I remember right, and I can look at my phone and see this, but so it doesn't take up so much space with every person after either 200 days or 200 texts, something like that, they delete. So it may be that these are from 2020 and maybe that's what didn't show up on these. Because I'll bet you I'll go back and I don't have any of these. Like my phone doesn't keep endless texts.
How do you
for
have
years
the-
on end.
How do you have the
Keeps them
early
more than
ones?
200 days if you cut and paste it.
This
I
is
gave
more
us
than
this today.
200 days ago.
Right. So are the ones you gave us in exhibits N1 and N2.
Yeah, but this one I gave to you like a year ago or however, I don't know how long. I don't know. I'll have to go look at mine. I gave you what I had, I thought.
Okay.
I am happy to look at these, compare them to these, and then go compare them to my phone. And if there's
What I'm trying
anything
to get at
missing,
with this part right here, because we're missing those pieces,
I
is you
can't.
say okay, almost like you've gotten some direction and you acknowledge it. You say okay, right?
So if you got this from somebody, right, what's missing here? This is not from me. Why are you asking me about a document I didn't give you? Because where's the missing piece on this document?
Well, this is your message to
Why
my
are
family.
why are you being
Okay,
your
and where's
own-
the message that I'm replying to? Sorry.
That's why I'm asking you. We didn't get it. So why are you responding okay? What are you responding okay to?
I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you fucking deleted the message.
The next message you sent to him is, I figured another way. Thanks for being willing. What do you mean? You figured what other way?
I obviously don't know what I'm talking about in the previous text, so I don't know what my follow-up one meant either.
And you say any new news on your timeline. What timeline?
Mm-hmm. Of announcing this arrest, of arresting somebody. Dan Moore didn't
8
confess.
August 20. On your timeline of a person,
Oh.
they said they had a suspect. I kept pressing them on what they're doing with the suspect.
How when did they tell you that?
Okay.
I'm assuming that's what I meant. I don't. That would make the most sense to me.
So they're telling you this
All
stuff.
right. Did you have a discussion with Mike Van Leuven about what evidence he had?
There are some things they would tell me because they would ask me questions about it. And then there are some things they would say they couldn't tell me. Anything they told me, they asked me questions about. So if it was evidence about a patient or if there was evidence about a picture they would want me to corroborate with, or part of the investigation.
Okay. If you look to the next page, page 24 in that exhibit.
This is nuts.
This is dated December 11th of 2020. The top, right? And you say, Mike, did you give the videos of Brian and I to the defense? Is that right?
Yes,
How did you know that there were videos to give to the defense?
because I gave them to him.
What videos?
I
What
learned that
videos?
everything, my sexual videos.
You gave them to to them? How did you give them?
Well, they're the ones who got them off of our modalities.
Modalities.
So you mean you gave them your phones?
Right.
Did you get? So let's talk about that. What phones did you give them?
This is so good.
They took my phone.
Can you give me the phone number associated with that?
512-626-3618.
I don't want that.
And so that's your phone.
Mm-hmm.
We actually talked about that earlier, that number. What other phones did you give them?
My husband's phone. It was on them, so they already took it. 512-913-9635.
And so he had more than one phone, right?
He did. He had another work phone, and I don't remember that number.
I don't
The
know why it's
9635
frozen.
was his personal phone.
Yes.
They got his work phone, right?
They got all of it.
Okay, and they got what other digital devices did they get from you?
For me,
Let's see if that makes it better. She came back to
no,
life.
they didn't ask for anything.
Did you have a computer at your house?
Yes.
Listen to this
They
shit.
didn't ask for that?
No.
How many computers were at your house?
They never went to their house. They didn't take anything from their
My
home.
children all have a computer because they all go to school.
Right?
I have one.
So 5 computers at your house?
At the time, there was probably 4. I don't think my daughter had one at the time.
They didn't
Maybe
ever
3
enter
or 4.
her home.
And the law enforcement didn't get any of those?
No.
How about other digital devices like iPads?
I had an iPad.
Was it connected to the web or Wi-Fi?
Yes.
I had that ability, I guess I should say.
Yes.
Okay. Any other devices like that could connect to the web?
Unbelievable.
iPad, laptops, phones. I think he had a Kindle.
Who's he?
Brian. Trying to remember. I don't remember if it died or if he was still using it. Yeah, it was a Kindle reader because it's how he actually it's how he took his money. He would connect it to the Square. So they took that.
Okay.
They still have, I haven't gotten it.
They had
They checked his
surveillance
Kindle
cameras
reader,
at the house.
But not your family or your iPad.
They
at
didn't
your
go to
house,
check
but the
'em.
4 computers at your house.
3 right, no.
Okay. And did you have any other phone besides the phones you've described just now?
No.
Did
Liar.
your kids have phones? And I need to give you a time and a date. I'm going to say March of 2020.
I think my oldest had a phone.
Brenner,
Yes.
what was his phone number?
No, he didn't. No, they all got their phones after Brian died.
Fucking
Because
lies.
when you asked for that number, I remember he got a 28 number with Hudson.
We're gonna stop there.
That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense, does it,
If he
Jen?
did have a phone at the time, I don't know what his number was.
Liar. We'll stop there though. Part 2 coming up next. This is when she just totally fucking just. You guys thought the first 5 hours was crazy. The next part is even worse. She does a 2-day depo. There's 6 more minutes of this. We're gonna pick up with the last 6 minutes when I do the back end of for day 2. Brenner Drake most certainly 1000% had a phone. She knows that. And Brenner Drake's phone, the work phone that Brian Drake ends up taking on as his work phone, was at one point Brenner's phone. How do I know all this? Because I went through everything. I destroyed the cell brights, destroyed them, put in a ridiculous chronological order, and I did a whole POV, or POL rather, of all of their lives, a pattern of life. I did for Brian, Jennifer, and we're talking not a 30-day one or a 60-day one. I did a 180-day ridiculous pattern of life for both of these 2 people, and I did a 3-year full calendars of these people. I found artifacts that would blow your fucking mind away. Jennifer Drake, I don't know if she realized that they had everything synced to the cloud. And every time that she would like, her and her husband's phones kind of were like made to sync at the same time, at different times though. So like someone's number would be then in the phone like 4 or 5 times. I think what's really, really interesting is when Mike Van Leeuwen's cell phone number is saved in Jennifer Drake's cell phone. I think that would blow some people's minds away. I think this fucking deposition, here you go. Go ahead. Keep on threatening to arrest Dan Moore and charge him with murder. This is what Jennifer Drake would be on the stand for a whole entire week during that murder trial. And this is not even touching the surface of what this woman has done in the 3 months leading up to his fucking murder. Brian Drake was not hiding his locations from Dan Moore. He wasn't trying to leave his phone at his office when he would go out and go to Canada. Brian Drake was the things that Brian Drake, he wasn't lying to Dan Moore about going on camping trips with his kids and his wife and being late for vacations due to him saying, oh, I had to work all day and I didn't get off until 10 o'clock at night. And meanwhile, no, he canceled his whole day of patients and went and clearly did something else and shows up at the campsite at like 10 and tells his wife that he got lost and all this crazy ass shit. Brian Drake's leg was busted in 6 weeks before he was murdered. Jennifer Drake realized how much money she could make off of Brian Drake having surgery, that she collected 40 G's in a PayPal account, that to this day, like, show us the medical bills and that you paid Brian Drake's medical expenses on time with the money that you got from the church. Because getting 40 G's in cash right before somebody's shot and killed, that's a nice little deposit on a hit. Just saying. I've never seen somebody get life insurance as fast as Jennifer Drake. This case is unsolved, the murder of her husband, and she was cut a life insurance $1 million check. She called the life insurance people before her husband's body was scraped off that fucking floor. He was not put in a body bag and wheeled on to fucking Spokane until 7 p.m. on the 13th. She called the life insurance policy people before he was off the fucking floor. Do you understand that? She tried to get more money for him. She tried to get like $1.5 million, then tried to get $250,000. She ended up getting only $1 million. When they got the policy, there was no policy out on her, only him. And then she was still receiving money after his death. Because during the civil case, Jill Bolton put a subpoena out for the PayPal account. Because I told Jill, I said in an email, I said, the money is off. There's an account that we're missing. You have to do a subpoena and get a couple different things. And sure as shit, it comes back in hella fucking money. Jill's like, how did you know this? I said, because of the Airbnb. She was getting push notifications sent to her cell phone. And I was like, oh my God, what is this popping up? This Airbnb stuff. And she's like, what are you talking about, Airbnb? I'm like, dude, she's running her fucking house for an Airbnb. I found the Airbnb ad, metadated it all out, saved the whole thing, artifacted all this shit, then found the connection on her cell phone. None of the shit was on fucking Brian's phone. It's all on her phone. So I found the Airbnb, found Then I found that she broke into his phone the night before the murder and tried to get into the account. She could not. It took a picture of her every time she tried to put a new password in. Meanwhile, she's telling the cops that Brian doesn't have a password on his phone and it should just be right available for you guys. Then I said, here are the dates that she's getting these deposits, because so I was like giving these dates. I was like, there's an account out there that's getting these deposits. And I was like, I think she has a PayPal account. So you need to subpoena PayPal. That cost a lot of money because it took a while to get PayPal on board. Finally, we get the fucking subpoena done. It comes back and I about died. I said, holy shit, it's way worse than I thought it was. I mean, it was good. It was like, because then she kept on collecting money after he was dead. And I'm like, what the fuck is this for? And it was going to be coming out in trial that how Jill Bolton was going to go ahead and question her about this, because the police straight up asked her, like, what do you do for work? I don't work. We don't. So the only money that comes in is Brian's. And then she's in this deposition. The only money that comes in was Brian's. You know, you never said that you were Airbnb your house out. You also never said that you were fucking collecting a ton of money from the church in form of like a insurance policy. And there's no, I was noticing these huge amounts being deposited into her one checking account. I'm like, where is this money coming from? I was like, she's transferring money over. And I was like, I think it's PayPal. I was like, it could be Venmo. I was like, then I went and looked again at the Cellbrite, and I was going through stuff. I was like, come on. And then I found an artifact that said, so-and-so has just deposited. You know, when you get Airbnb, you pay like a little bit of a deposit and then you pay for the rest of it, you know, on the back end. And so I was like, I wanted to make sure that somebody that she knew wasn't fake Airbnb their house out to be able to funnel money into an account. I looked into money laundering. I looked into a whole bunch of shit. But she was getting these, it's called Good Samaritan. If you look up Good Samaritan, it's an insurance thing that they do with the church. And it's wild. It's wild as fuck. But Brian had to be insured this type of way for a whole year until you put in to get the back surgery paid for. You couldn't just join in and then like submit like a back surgery, like, you know, bills. Jennifer Drake, when he died, she said that, I didn't realize when someone dies, oh my God, all the bills you still have. And I'm like, wait, the bills you still have, you collected $40,000 from people and you got all of that money in a 6-week period. What did you do with 40 G's in 6 weeks? If you didn't pay for the ambulance, all this fucking shit that she was saying that she was paying for. I'm like, I want to see some receipts on the doctor bills, because she's over here acting like if you are caught paying for living expenses from that money and not for your medical bills, again, that's fraud and you are kicked out of that program. And Jennifer Drake was continuing when this Deus Tecum subpoena was done, a third-party subpoena that was done in 2023 and 2024, she was still collecting money like that. And then they were taking money out of her account and she was, you know, paying for stuff for people. It's insane. It's insane. And these fucking cops, you didn't even open up the discovery. It's all there. And Amber, all these people that claim to be friends of Brian's and hers, you guys are fools. You guys aren't fucking friends. That Josh guy, all these people that she mentions, and you guys are lame as fuck. And I know you guys all watch and you're lame as shit. And I have no problem saying all of your guys' names, your full names, because everybody should know what fucking pieces of shit you are. Emily, I think that you're a good sister. You were just telling the truth. And Brian was your friend. And you loved him. And I know deep down every time you go to fucking bed, I know, you know, that the chiropractor doing it, are you kidding me? Keep telling yourselves that and keep praying to a fucking God that is spits on you guys. Fuck all. We'll be back to do it again. Hey guys, Easter Bunny's coming. Go get yourself some chocolate.